Hey there, hello, and welcome to this amazing special live stream event. I am so glad that you could join us. Actually, I don't know if you've joined us or not. I don't see anybody here, but hopefully you'll be here shortly and we will jump in and get started. So I'm going to tap dance for a few minutes until some people show up because I know you're going to be here as soon as you get the notice. All right, so we have Dr. Elena backstage waiting for her debut on this amazing event. Hey, there the people come. I see two people now. So, as I was just saying, because you missed it, I'm sure, we're going to tap dance for a few minutes and let some people join us. Karen, welcome. So glad to have you here. Awesome, awesome. I'm just going to bring up another window so I can keep tabs on the YouTube side. There we go. Sorry, as often is the case, I'm running a few minutes late, so we will catch up to ourselves shortly. All right, there is that other screen I was looking for. Hey, Kathy, welcome. So glad to see you here. All right, perfect. Now I got both my windows here. So most of you probably know that our purpose here is to do a fundraiser for Dr. Elena Skyhawk, who is an amazing member of our community. And I got to put my hearing aids in. I didn't have time to do that before we started, so let me do that real quickly while I tell you about it. So Dr. Elena is this amazing shaman, healer, dream walker who's been working on behalf of humanity and the planet her entire life. But most people don't know about her, have no clue that she's doing this work. And as has happened to many in the community, she's gone through some extreme challenges, particularly of late, as these energies are shifting and changing the whole way that we be in the world. So now I have to adjust these silly things. Pardon me while I do that. There's a app that I have to use. Okay, let's see if that's better. Oh man, I tell you what, getting used to these things is a nightmare. Let me know if my sound is good because this is all new to me. I'm trying to figure it out. Who knew that your brain had to get retrained to use hearing aids? So that's been crazy. Anyway, I think it's okay now. Yay, more people are showing up. Denise, welcome. So glad to have you here. So as I was telling you, Dr. Elena's been going through some extreme challenges, and a lot of us in the Lightworker community have as well. That is part of this big shift that we're going through, that we're having these extra challenges. Hers have been just a little more extraordinary because she's been dealing with blindness on top of everything else. So, hey, Beth, welcome. So she did have one surgery, and she's going to come on and tell you all about that because there's an incredible story. And if you've ever met Dr. Elena, you know one thing about her. She's a great storyteller. She has a million amazing stories and experiences that most of us have not even come close to. Because since she was a child, she has been talking, communicating with animals, with nature, and knew way before I certainly did that, you know, you're supposed to respect the trees and not just go chopping them down like I used to do. And I apologize to them for that. They let me know they were very unhappy. So, as I said, I'm going to tap dance a little bit because I want to get a few more people here before I really get into the depth of her story. But you will be blown away by it because you've probably heard bits and pieces of it if you've been around for any period of time. But there's more. There are depths that she is only herself learning in the near past. So it's a crazy mixed up story. And just to give you the beginnings of it, you know, she was one of those children that was supposedly stolen at birth, a native child, and she was adopted by a, quote, white family, which she probably still wonders today why, because they spent many years of her childhood denigrating her with racial slurs and physical abuse. So you have to wonder, what was that about? But in the big picture, when we zoom out, we can see that she came with this big agenda to do her healing work at this particular time on earth as we're shifting into new earth. So it was always going to be a challenge. But incarnating the way that she did, and you'll hear more about that later, there are so many details and layers to this story, I tell you. But doing it that way made it extra hard on herself. So it's taken her a good portion of her life to get to this place of really understanding, as well as dealing with those traumas that she had along the way, one of which was having a near-death experience when she was almost strangled to death. So, yeah, mind blown, right? There's just so much. Okay, so let's see. We have 8 people now. We're slowly getting a few folks showing up. So I want to point out that the link for the love gifts for Dr. Elena is pinned at the top. And I'll just show you that real quickly. So that's what it looks like. It's pinned at the top of comments so that you can grab that anytime you like. And we'll periodically put it into the comments as well. So, feel free, share whatever you can, your love gift, because it's really at this point, it's a sacred reciprocity from those of us who have not been able to dedicate our entire life to doing this important work as Dr. Elena has. And, if you go back to the stories in the Bible, the apostles, they weren't working jobs. They left their jobs to go out and take that journey to share with the community. And they were supported by the community. So this is our opportunity to give back that sacred reciprocity to help Dr. Elena do her work, particularly at this time where she's battling blindness. Wow. So, okay, I'm just catching up with myself again. Sorry, I'm a little scattered. I wanted to be prepared and better for this, but for some reason, I don't know why, the angels will give me these things to do and not enough space to do them right. And there must be something on the spiritual growth path about having to kind of fly by the seat of your pants. Because, this thing originally came up, I think it was September, October timeframe, and went into the planning stages with a planned date of doing this live stream on November the 9th. So what the heck happened between the 9th and the 30th? Well, if you've been around and you get my newsletter, you probably know we had a death in the family that was preceded by a lengthy hospital stay, and things got really crazy. There was no way to do this right at that time, so we had to wait until the dust settled. And then Thanksgiving is upon us. And so the angels said, we want to do this in November. So let's do it the 30th, because it'll be right after, in America, you've celebrated Thanksgiving, and Canada will have celebrated theirs. So people will be in the mindset of gratitude and Thanksgiving. And that's what we are bringing today. Our love, sharing that divine love light with the world, the gratitude for all that divine has brought to us, for our amazing lives, despite the craziness. We're still here, as Metatron said in today's message, if you've heard that one, going through all of these challenges. And it's people like Dr. Elena who have been there helping us to understand what was going on, bringing the healing, bringing the wisdom, even helping with the dream work, because she is a dream walker. So all of that has been going on without most of us being aware of it. So we're going to be unwinding her story bit by bit, because there's a lot. And as I said earlier, she has only learned bits and pieces of it in the near past. So it's incredible. And probably some of it, you're going to, it's like, wow, that's just hard to believe that even happened, but it really did. I've witnessed some of it, so I can attest that it's true. But it's going to blow your mind when you hear about it. So we'll be talking about that, as I said, bit by bit, as we go through and share. I will be doing some readings throughout. So those of you who are giving love gifts to Dr. Elena, you let me know if you want a reading, and we will fit those in along the way. I don't have a stop time for today, because we're going to do this right. As long as people are out there sharing and giving, then we're going to keep going, or until I drop, whichever comes first. So, all right. Let's see. What did I miss about telling you? I want to give you a little bio about Dr. Elena. So it's Reverend Dr. Elena Skyhawk, by the way, because she's also a reverend and she does weddings, which is really wonderful. She is a modern day shaman, a clairvoyant, a healer, and an earth guardian who has walked through fire to restore divine light. She was trained by elders in both the Hawaiian and the native tradition. Her specialty is transforming trauma into wisdom and then teaching others to do the same. She's protected by her spirit allies, bear and mountain lion, and she's presently confronting this challenge of blindness, which I mentioned earlier, and is on her way to having her vision restored. As she rises like the phoenix, we've been invited by Divine to rise with her, to help bring this healer's sight back to the world. So as I mentioned earlier, as a child, her life was very fragmented and the details were always sketchy. This child being abducted and adopted and things that didn't quite fit or make sense. As a child early on, she also had a brain injury and was in a coma. And there are some other details about that I'm going to let her talk about later, because this will be the first time she shares that story publicly. And she said she's ready to do that. So again, mind-blown details, you guys. So let's see. The deck was always heavily stacked against her. Yet the call of spirit was unrelenting, and it ultimately led her to her sacred healing work. That's all part of the story we're going to talk about. So this all led to her step by step, overcoming trauma and stepping into the shoes of the shaman, dreamwalker, earth healer role that she embodies today. So before I bring her on to talk about more of the story, I'm going to share a brief video that she made for us to give you the amusing story of how she discovered that she was a medium. Because who tells people stuff like that unless it's in the family, and definitely wasn't in the family she grew up in. So here we go. Let me see if I can find that one. All right. Let me juggle some things here. And this is an image of the Skywalker and her constellations. Now we are going to bring up that video.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Elena Skyhawk.
I don't hear it. Do you hear it?
And today,
there it is.
I'm sharing a story I've really never told publicly. And it's the moment I discovered I could see spirits of the dead. It happened the day shortly after my grandma passed away. And let's just say she wasn't about to let a little thing like death stop her from showing up. This experience became a turning point in my life as a shaman and as a metaphysical minister. If you've ever wondered how mediumship activations happen, whether suddenly or through lineage, I think this story will speak to you. So let's begin. Just take a deep breath with me and settle in, because it is a pretty funny story. So today I want to share with you the very first time I realized I could see spirits, like really see them, as plainly as you're sitting watching this. It began with a phone call. The one telling me that my grandma had died. Now, she died in January. And she lived in Michigan, which is very cold that time of year. Wasn't quite so cold where I lived because I was living in Las Vegas at the time. But she was my mom's mom and my favorite grandma, the one that I was the closest to and kind of turned to a lot growing up for protection. But just like when my dad's mom passed away a few years before that, they said, my parents were like, yeah, don't bother coming back for the funeral. Come back, during a happier time. Well, I fell for it once. I wasn't going to fall for it a second time. So I did what any respectful granddaughter would do. I called my aunt and I said, Mom won't let me come back for Grandma's funeral, and I want to be there. I want somebody to pick me up at the airport. Can you and Uncle Ken come and pick me up? She was like, sure, you can actually even stay with us. And I was like, cool. So I made my flight plans. Well, in the meantime, Uncle Ken called his sister, who was my mom, and said they were picking me up at the airport and I was going to be staying with them for the funeral. Well, my parents weren't going to have that happen. And it wasn't until 2017 when I realized why, because when my uncle passed away and I got to talk to my aunt, found out that they knew a lot of what was going on with us kids and the abuse we were going through, but they didn't know all of it. And so my parents didn't want us staying anywhere with anybody where we might either spill the beans about what was going on or be told stuff they didn't want us to know. So my mom immediately called me. We're picking you up at the airport. What's the flight number? Where is it coming into? Blah, blah, blah. We will be there to greet you. Now, mind you, this was before cell phones. So I flew into Chicago, Midway Airport, snowing like crazy, frigid out. The planes they were having such a hard time de-icing the planes because as soon as they got the ice off, it was right back on. So it took a while. And then, of course, the puddle jumper we had to take over Lake Michigan was having trouble. They were having trouble keeping the ice off the wings on that as well. Then they finally got on board. There was like 6 of us passengers. I think they'd only had room for 8, but there was, I think, 6 people on board. And it was one of the bumpiest rides over the lake I have ever experienced. And I love to fly. So needless to say, I was late getting into the Flint Airport in Michigan. My parents weren't anywhere to be found. And like I said earlier, there were no cell phones back then. So it was like, I had no one to call. I didn't know where they were. I didn't know if they were on their way, if they forgot, what. About 15 minutes later, they showed up and they were harried. They were frustrated. You could see it just energy, Turns out they had a flat tire on the way to pick me up. And so my dad had to get out in the freezing cold to change the tire. So he was not happy. We made it back to the motel they were staying in so we could both freshen up, put my luggage down, and then we headed over to the funeral home. Now, mind you, back then, because this was back in the 90s, so the whole family pretty much was still alive back then. I walked into the room where the family had gathered for the viewing. Wall-to-wall people. I mean, it was packed. My grandma lived until she was like 93. She knew a lot of people. She was very popular everywhere she went. People just loved her, and she was an Avon lady. So when I walked in, I couldn't see where the casket was. So I asked my mom, where's Grandma? And the relatives that were standing around us kind of parted ways. And then I could see where the casket was. And that's when it happened. Total shock, because there was my grandma sitting up in her casket, going like this, yelling at me. her words were, "You're late. Where have you been?" And I was just like, huh? And my mom was standing right next to me. So I was doing this. They're like, "Mom, Mom." And I thought I was being quiet about it. I said, "I thought you said Grandma was dead." She's like, "She is. What are you talking about? Shush." And I'm like, if she's dead, why is she sitting up in her casket yelling at me for being late? You could hear a pin drop in the room. Everybody shut up. And of course, they all turn around to look at me. Because you see, up until that point, I knew I had gifts. I knew I could heal people. I knew things that I should have never known, even not since I was a child. But I thought everybody could do that. I thought everybody knew things that they shouldn't have known. But I didn't know I could see dead people. I did not know I could see spirits. So sometimes mediumship just pops in when you least expect it. Now, the fun thing with that, once I got over the shock that Grandma was sitting up in her casket yelling at me, it actually turned into kind of a fun thing, because anytime she had any messages for me afterwards, and this was even once I left Vegas and moved to Arizona, she would show up by my bed in the middle of the night with information. And she always came with her casket. And then one night during our shamanic classes, Halloween happened to fall on a Tuesday, which is when our classes were. And Serge decided it's a good night to go. Let's go to the underworld and see what kind of ghouls and goblins we can stir up and go on a journey. Now, normally when we did journeys or we did any kind of work, he would always start to the right of him and go around the room and then end up with me being the last person to talk, since I was his apprentice. But that night he turned around, looked at me, and he goes, "Okay, we're starting with you first." And I'm like, "Why me?" He goes, "Because I have a feeling Grandma showed up with her casket." And I'm like, "How did you know?" Because she did. And he goes, "Because as soon as she showed up, you two were giggling and laughing the whole time as you went zooming around the underworld in her casket." And I was like, cool. It was kind of like, it was a lot of fun. And then I knew it was time for Grandma to go when she showed up in my townhouse one morning or one night. And she was just standing by my bed, and there was no casket. And I haven't seen her since. But this story kind of shows that sometimes we don't go looking to be a medium. We don't expect it. It finds us when we are ready to handle the energy. And then it finds us and it works through us to do the work that we agreed to do when we came down onto planet Earth this time. And I'll be back later for more stories. Some of them are funny, very poignant, but it kind of shows the trajectory of what happened and how I got to be where I am today with my healing journey, what I teach, why I'm so passionate about what I do, and why I try to help as many, not just humans, but animals or any living being. And we'll have a talk about with a tree coming up as well. So I hope you guys all enjoyed this little story about Grandma, and know that if you happen to see spirits, say thank you.
Okay, got to bring Dr. Elena to the stage. There she is. Welcome, Dr. Elena. Sorry, I surprised you there.
Oh, now can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you fine. Perfect.
Okay.
So the lady of the hours that we have been talking about, stumbling through and trying to piece together your amazing story. So say hello to everybody and
Hi, everyone.
tell us your thoughts.
Other than the fact that I'm really cold, it's very chilly here where I'm at. I know other people got snow, but I'm not used to this kind of weather anymore. So I'm just trying to stay warm.
Yeah, it's been crazy. And some people have gotten lots of snow. We've gotten a little over an inch so far. It's still coming down. So crazy, crazy. So I hope everybody out there is warm and cozy and settled in and ready to listen to stories, because one thing about Dr. Elena, if you know her, she is a storyteller. And I can't wait for her books to come out, because this story is so fantastical. It really ought to be a movie, but I think it's got to be a book first before it becomes a movie.
Well,
So
actually, I was told by one of the first teacher that I had, Cattell, in Vegas. That's what she said. She goes, you're going to have several books. And she goes, at least one or two of them are going to be made into movies. And she goes, starting with your life, because when it starts unfolding and you see what's going to happen, she's like, you can't do anything but write about it, because what she already knew about my birth and what happened up until the time I met her, which was when I was like 29. She's like, if the rest of your life goes like the first 29 years, she goes, you're going to have lots to talk about.
And you definitely do, which they're going to hear later, because we've got more goodies for them. But let's go back to that origin story. So maybe you can fill in the gaps. I mean, I gave them kind of a broad sketch, but tell us about that. I mean, how old were you when you learned that you had been stolen at birth?
Actually, my parents told me, like, they told all of us, well, the boys were legally adopted. Turns out I was never legally adopted, because you can't adopt a stolen child. But so, I mean, I knew as soon as we were able to understand, like maybe 4 or 5 years old. And my mom's thing was back then, and I'm not sure if I have a feeling it's probably still the same sentiment, but back then it was, we were better. And this is what my mom told me every chance she got, you're better raised by white people than you were by your own people. And I would always come back at her like, so it's better to be abused and mistreated than it is to be in a family that actually wanted you and loved you. I said, why did, and this is conversations that went on like up into my 30s, because she was still using the N word, until I had DNA testing that could prove that no, she didn't know what she was talking about. But it's that privilege that some of them have, that they think they're, and they were German. And so was, I guess, my dad, Belgian or something like that on his death certificate. But they had a very strong idea of that the German race was better than any of the rest of them. And again, that native people were subhuman. And that's the way she felt. And that's the way, and then it turns out she didn't even like kids. She hated kids. So I was like, why did you have 3 brought in if you hated kids so much? Well, because your dad wanted you. I said, so he could abuse us? And she was like, well, yeah, because it took the abuse off of her and he abused the three of us. So what I've been able to piece from, because what I was originally told is I was stolen and sold, and that one of my parents was Native American. That's what they were told through Lutheran Social Services. And that's just how I grew up, knowing that I was going to be called names every day of my life, until they woke up. And my thinking, even once I finally met Serge, because I asked him one day, I'm like, what in the world did I ever do in a past life that created the life I've had to go through? And he stopped me in my tracks because he said, that's a pretty big ego to think it's about you. I was like, it was. I'm like, hello? I was the one getting beaten up. I was the one being abused. And he goes, did you ever stop to think that you put yourself in that family to teach a lesson? And it stopped me in my tracks. And it made me think for a little bit. And I said, well, they didn't get it. And he goes, that wasn't your job. Your job was to teach them, to wake them up to their bigotry, their racial, whatever you call it, and the abuse. He goes, you were there to wake them up. He goes, it doesn't matter if they got it or not. That wasn't your job. And it really made me kind of turn around and rethink things. I'm like, I still shouldn't have had to go through all of this. This is ridiculous. But it goes even more deeper, because I think as you were talking about, so basically I was stolen and sold. What they were trying to do was pass me off as a 3.5-month-old. Now, my parents got me on December 16th of 1960. And they were trying to pass me off as a 3.5-month-old. My mom was a registered nurse, and she was also, before they forced her to leave because back then, if you wanted to adopt children, the mother couldn't work. She had to be a stay-at-home mom. So she had to give up her nursing career to stay at home to have, even when they brought in the first boy. So she knew babies because she was the head nurse of the, whatever you call that. I call it the baby ward, but I know there's another name for it. So she knew babies because she worked with them all the time. And she said, when they got me, she goes, you were a premature newborn. She goes, you were not 3.5 months old. She goes, I would put your birthday somewhere at the end of November, the very beginning of December. Whereas the agency was trying to pass me off saying that I had been born in August. And she said that when I was born, I only weighed just almost 4.5 pounds. By the time they got me, I weighed just under 6. So there's no way I would have survived for 3.5 months at that low birth weight. Now, the problem was, and they didn't know it at the time, was that because I was premature, my brain had not finished developing, or one side overdeveloped. I'm not sure how you because they didn't have MRIs and CAT scans and stuff like that back then. They were just going by what doctors kind of assumed. It was later when I had my first brain scan and then a CAT scan and then an MRI where we could actually see the pictures inside my head. It's amazing. I would love to have another one now just to see if there's been a change since I've been doing all this healing work. But what happened was they called it encephalitis, which means your brain overgrows. And so the left side is the one that pretty much didn't have even during the CAT scans and the MRI I had done when I was in my 20s. showed that the left side, you know, how you normally have two kind of like kidney shaped pieces of the brain. Well, my left side comes down like normal, but then it goes this way. Oh, can't see. So it comes down this way, but instead of going up, back up this way, and then the other side taken over, it goes this way, and then up and over and then around. And the right side of the brain is just a tiny little piece up here. So it cut off the bottom half of the right side of the brain. And then the left big lobe, which looks like a big fat L, overgrew, and it was just a bunch of kind of gray matter with not much in it. But the doctors back then said, she's not going to survive. And what happened is there was, and the doctor kept telling my mom she was imagining things. There's nothing wrong with her. And she's like, she's a baby. She should not be having seizures. And the doctor just kept poo-pooing her. Oh, you're a mother, you know, you're a new mother, you know, you're whatever. And then she kind of had to call him one day, which kind of upset him because I guess he was golfing somewhere. Well, he had to come in because the pressure was so much in the brain, the fontanelle just went right up and it was full of brain fluid. So they had to pop it. And when they did that, it sent the body into a coma. And that's where I remained until they had me baptized. What I have found out since then, and it was with the help of Serge and a lot of the dreams and my guides and stuff like that, is while the body was in the coma, the soul that birthed the body, because that was her job, that's all she had to do, was come in to birth the body. And because of the times that we are in on the earth right now and what we're doing, there are a lot of souls that couldn't handle the energy even back then. And there were not enough bodies for the souls that needed to be here to come in. So a lot of them were birthing bodies and leaving because that's all they had to do. And the higher souls were walking in to take over the body. So sometime during that time in the coma, that's what happened. The soul that is now in the body came in and the other soul left. Now, does that mean you immediately, woohoo, enlightenment? Oh, no, because you still end up with having to deal with issues that got left behind by the departing soul. Plus, you probably might still have some of your own issues that you're still working through. But the doctors were like, well, you know, even if she comes out of the coma, you're going to have to find a sanitarium to put her in because there's too much brain damage. She's not going to survive. And if she does, she'll be a vegetable for the rest of her life. And so they called in the minister to have me baptized on January 6th of 1961. They came in to check on me on January 7th, and I was wide awake, like nothing had ever happened. And unless you know what to look for, you'd never know what happened in those first few weeks of my birth. Now I do, because it left me with a finger that has no muscle in it. And even the other fingers, I can do stuff you really shouldn't be able to do with them, like bend them in weird positions, because there's no muscle in there. So but I learned to play the piano. I'm very good at it. Learned to play the trumpet, had many, many blue ribbons for my trumpet playing, was even in Who's Who, because of not only was I academically smart, which should have been impossible, according even to the doctor after he saw that I was still alive years later. So when a soul has a really big agenda, spirit will find a way to make sure that the body that they come into works. But yet at the same time, because the body was kind of, you have a lot of issues that you have to overcome to make it work. And And that's a lot of what I started learning, not only with Cattell, who was my first teacher, but even with Serge, because I worked very closely with him for 9 years until he passed away in 2008. And was able to pull up many, many past soul pieces that had disappeared, that had broken off in this lifetime, but in prior lifetimes. Because when you have that much trauma, especially as an infant or a young child, soul pieces break off and they go to what we call the cave of lost children. And unless you know they're missing and you know somebody that can help you call them back in and heal them and put them back, blow them back into your body, you go on for lifetimes missing those soul pieces. You don't remember your childhood. You don't remember what happened. And people will say, how can you, this is what happened. How can you forget that? Well, if it was traumatic to you, you're not going to, in order for the soul to survive, it has to break off those pieces. And when it does, it takes those pieces of what happened with it when it leaves. So like my older brother, he remembered everything that our parents did to us. And unfortunately, he is no longer here with us. He died many, many years ago. I remembered bits and pieces. And then my younger brother didn't remember anything. So he just totally wiped it out. And if you mentioned to him the trauma and the beatings, which my aunt did in 2017, he just got so angry and started yelling at her that none of that was true. Our parents were the most loving parents in the world, because he had to break off all those soul pieces to survive. So until you meet somebody like I did with Serge, you don't know that there's anything wrong, because your memory is just not there.
Mm-hmm. That begs the question, when it comes to karma, do you have karma from the body as well as karma from the soul? Because it would be different, right?
It is, because what has been so confusing to me over the years, and why it's been taking so long to piece the pieces together, is like when I met Cattell, she was also a kahuna, and she's the one who actually got me involved in, she taught me how to read the tarot. She taught me how to do past life regressions. And I ended up taking a class from the owner of the healing center that she worked at, Buddy. I took his spirit developing psychic awareness class. But then we also did a psychometry class I did with him, because I didn't know what it was. And I'm like, I was kind of like a sponge trying to soak everything in, to learn, to see what would trigger stuff in me that, okay, because we need to find out who I am and where I came from and why I keep having these dreams and what they mean. Because she's the one who explained to me what my bear and mountain lion dreams were about when I was a child, that used to scare the crap out of me. And then once she told me what they were and who they were to me, then it was like, oh, okay. Then it was okay. But depending on, because there's stuff that the soul that leaves does leave behind. And so you have a yearning of finding out, because you want to know who the body is. You want to know who you supposedly are. And at the time I started all this, I had no idea I was a walk-in. So I was going on the assumption that all the dreams I was having, all the visions I was having were related to the physical body. But now that I know who the birth mother and the birth father were, it kind of was a combination, like the vision I saw of my birth into this lifetime showed me in a 2-room house, very sparse, very not much furnishings or anything in it. And the mother was gorgeous. I mean, she was tall, slender. You could definitely tell she was Native American. She had long black hair that went down almost to the mid calf. And she had a sister who looked like a few years younger than her in the room, and there was a midwife there. And I could also sense a male presence in the other room. So I actually watched myself be birthed, which was kind of gross. But so when I actually found out who the mother was, it shocked the heck out of me, because that did not match the image of what I had seen. The names didn't match, because I had been told that my grandmother's name, because my mother had popped in and told me that my grandmother's name was Annie Redfeather. I mean, very loud and clear. And she was like, you will find her on the Lakota rolls of the 1900s. Well, I found Annie Redfeather and her parents and her brothers and sisters and everything else. It took me a long time, but I've, went through all the rolls and I found her. So when I've got the DNA results and I found out that my birth mother didn't have an ounce of Native American blood in her, it shocked the heck out of me. I'm like, how can this be? And then I realized that somehow there is being a cross of the walk-in soul with the body. So that's kind of what I'm working on, trying to figure out right now, because it's fascinating, because it's like, how could this happen? Because you have to clean up.
The birth that you saw with the Native American mother, maybe that was the most recent past life of your soul? Because now it wasn't the baby who was born.
Yeah. See, that's just it. I don't really know, because in order for Annie Redfeather to have been my grandmother, it would have to be me, because she was born in 1898. And like my grandma that I grew up with was born in 1902. So the age fits. I mean, Annie Redfeather was just a few years younger, or a few years older than my grandma.
Maybe you were born, that was your birth, and then you died. So your soul was available and then jumped in to the Elena body that you're now in. Maybe that's how it is explained.
That's what I'm, kind of leaning towards, but I don't have more proof, because I was visited by a grandmother on the other side. And when she first showed up, it kind of surprised me, because she was from South America. And I was like, well, why would she be showing up? And I could not understand a word she said, because she wasn't speaking Spanish. I don't know what the heck she was speaking. And I actually asked her, I said, because she told me what her name was. I said, could you spell that, please? And I'm still haven't found it. I know I wrote it down somewhere, but I still haven't found that piece of paper. So when I finally figured out who my birth father was, which I just found out in February of this year, it made sense why the grandmother from South America showed up, because that's where he was from. He was actually from Colombia. So the lineage of the body on his side of the family goes from Colombia down to Ecuador, down to Peru, and then down to Chile. And yes, he is Native American and Spanish.
South American, Native American.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's still.
How do you reconcile that in your psyche? It's like you're two beings.
Pretty much you are, and you always have to question who's really talking. What part of me, because even though people say the soul that was in the body dies and leaves, I don't think I'm getting to the point where I don't think it 100% lets go, unless you make sure all the cords are cut or something, or you don't even want to cut them, you want to release them. But then again, at the same time, it's also what makes you who you are.
Yeah, it's like those fragments are left behind to help you connect with the
Mm-hmm.
life that this soul is now living.
Yeah.
So now are you guys getting the idea of how this is really complicated and wrapped and twisted around? Because when you ask questions for yourself or your history, it's like you have to be very careful. Am I asking for the body that my soul is occupying, or am I asking for the soul that is who you are?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know we
Yeah.
tried to reach your mother at one point, but we didn't specify the mother of the body.
Which
So,
mother? Yeah.
and that's why
and
we couldn't reach her.
and considering, technically I have three. So there's the mother of the body, there's the mother of the soul, and then the mother that I grew up with. So it can get very confusing.
Yeah, absolutely. So, do you
Yeah.
guys have any questions for Dr. Elena? Feel free to put them in there. I'm sure she's happy to answer questions because it is a little confusing. Kathy wrote that she knew somebody who was a walk in soul, and they're out there, but they're not very often. And don't you sometimes have to stand back and say, what was I thinking? Why did I choose this life? Because, oh my gosh, setting yourself up for so much heartbreak and obstacles.
Yeah, you do. And because you don't, there's been a lot of famous people that were walk-ins. What's his name? Who painted the Sistine Chapel?
Michelangelo.
Yes, he was a walk-in.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, Ludwig van Beethoven was a walk-in. I do think they came finally through and said that Einstein was also a walk-in. And there's times when most people, when they walk in, is later on in life, so the body has already grown up, it already has done things, and you can actually see the difference in the personalities. So like, you could be somebody who could be really mean and nasty, and you're right, and then all of a sudden you have a traumatic event, you go into a coma, which is how it usually happens. And then when they come out, they're these sweet, loving beings, and you're like, what the heck happened to you? So you can see the difference when that happens. But when you do it as an infant, that infant hadn't had time yet to develop the body, develop a personality. So you can't really tell the difference on how it was before and how it is now.
Yeah. I'm thinking for the people who are here and they've gotten a little bit of the story, let's back up a little bit and explain to them why we're doing this fundraiser. Why is it that you need to have a fundraiser at this point in your life? Because you are this
Well,
amazing healer and you've been on this extended journey.
well, what happened, much to my chagrin, from what I've been able to piece together, last year I ended up with valley fever. I'd been living in Arizona since 1999, and I was in Vegas for 10 years before that. Never had a problem. But in the summer of 2024, I think it was 2024, I decided, because I love being out in storms, I just get a lot of energy from them. And I love to go out and videotape them and put them on my YouTube channel or on Facebook. So I was out in this monsoon storm that we had, and it was very, very windy. Before the rains come, the wind was just astronomical. And there was a lot of dust blowing around. And then the rain started, which was no big deal because that's usually what happened after the dust storm goes through. But yet I noticed when the rain hit my legs, I started breaking out in these huge welts, which is not normal. You don't break out in welts when the rain hits you. Well, it's one of the first symptoms that you have valley fever, but I didn't know that. And then all of a sudden I couldn't breathe. It was getting harder and harder to breathe. And that's when I finally called the doctor. I'm like, because I was attempting to move to New Mexico and I couldn't even help the guys pack the truck. I couldn't unload the truck. I couldn't do anything because I, literally could not breathe. And so I called my doctor and she listened to the, description of what was going on. She goes, oh my God, she goes, you have valley fever. And I'm like, what? Because I had a friend who had it. Unfortunately, she passed away from it. I had a cat who had it, who unfortunately we had to put down because of it, because back then they just didn't know how to treat it in animals. I don't know if they do now or not, but way back then they didn't. And then I have another friend that had it, who did survive it, but she now has adult asthma, which she has never had to experience before. But what it is a mold that lives in this ground in the desert. And you breathe it, of course, breathe it in during a dust storm, which of course Arizona is very well known for. It gets in your lungs. And mold, just if you've ever been exposed to it, like I have several times, including black mold, it affects your brain, it affects your eyesight, because it can actually make cataracts grow on your eyes, which I didn't know. Then I moved into an apartment in Oklahoma because, again, I needed to be somewhere safe outside of the, kind of like what Spirit said, the danger zone. They didn't want me heading back into New Mexico or Arizona while I still had the fungus in me or right afterwards. And so it took a few months for me to cough it up. And it literally looked like, those mushrooms that grow on the side of trees, those little yellow things. That's what I coughed up. And as soon as it came up, the coughing and the breathing, the breathing went back to normal and the coughing stopped. But then I was exposed to even more mold in the apartment I was living in because it flooded 4 times. Apartment that has never flooded ever, never had water problems. It flooded 4 times while I was there. Twice it was sewer water. And they never came in to clean it up. They did the drying of the carpet and whatnot, but they didn't clean the carpets. And then over New Year's, I noticed the sinks were starting to back up, and I'm like, what the heck's going on? So, and of course, the office was closed. They weren't, again, like one of the other times, emergency maintenance number. Oh, sorry, there's nobody answering the phone. Why do you have it then? My whole kitchen and the dining room flooded. And of course, there was nobody there to clean up the mess. So all that water got soaked into the wooden walls and the wooden, again, more mold. Again, I didn't realize mold created cataracts, but I noticed I was having harder and harder time seeing, even while I was living there. And then when my lease was up at the end of March, I headed back to New Mexico, figuring I'd move in there. And I was like, why can't I, I'm sitting there trying to drive. I'm like, why can't I see those signs? Where'd they go? It was like amazing how you go from like perfect vision to not being able to see the road signs. So when I got back to New Mexico, I went to an optometrist to find out why my eyesight was all of a sudden so blurry that I couldn't see. And that's when she found the cataracts. And this one on the left was so, so bad. She goes, you are legally blind in that eye. And she goes, I hope your driver's license is not due to be renewed this year, because they will take your driver's license away from you and not let you drive because you cannot see out of that eye. And I was like, oh crap. And then, so she gave me the name to a ophthalmologist in Albuquerque. I called them and they told me how much each eye was going to cost. And I was like, yeah, right. I don't think so, because I didn't have insurance. So I couldn't do anything anyway. So I continued on with my journeys and camping and trying to figure out what I was supposed to do. And it was getting worse. I couldn't go back to work because I couldn't see. I mean, like if I picked up a phone or a book, it was like, yeah, I mean, literally it was even with my readers. And these are the strongest over the counter ones that you can buy. Putting them on, I was like, what does that say? I mean, it was just pure nothing. You couldn't, and it kept getting worse. And so since they still have my birthday is August, I was like, well, we're going for that because that means Medicare is going to kick in August when I turn 65. And then we're going to check with Medicare and find out how much cataract surgery really is, because I had tried to do it holistically. So I was doing a homeopathic remedy of, I don't know what it's called. One of them was belladonna and the other one was something else. And it worked for a while until it didn't. And we were doing Reiki and La Ho Chi and doing other, I don't know what this is part of one of the things that we were doing was trying to regain the balance, in the eyes, and we're doing tapping. And it would work for a little while, and then it wouldn't. So then I called on Latsu because he works with the La Ho Chi energy, which I am a master teacher of. And I'm like, okay, I need help. I need my eyes healed. The first time he came in, he was like, okay, now hold very, 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 very still. And I'm like, why? What are you doing? And he literally had this little knife in his hand. And he's like, I'm going to scrape the cataract off your eye. He goes, don't sneeze. Don't move. Now, this is like spiritually, he's coming in to clean the eyes. And so I expected to wake up the next morning and be able to see. I couldn't. And so then I started getting a little upset with him because I'm like, you said you were going to heal my eyes. I said, get in here and heal my eyes. So he came back in the next time I asked with a drill. And he was literally drilling little holes in the cataract. He goes, it's so thick. He goes, we're going to need to drill some holes in it and then pull it off. So again, I expected to wake up and be able to see. Didn't happen. So I was kind of really frustrated because it was like all this work we're doing and nothing is happening. Or so I thought.
Yeah, that's a pretty common reaction. I bet a lot of people watching this can relate to that. But you bring all of this healing ancestry and wisdom to the table. So it must have been even extra frustrating that you weren't able to heal it yourself.
It was. And I'm one who has a tendency to get mad at my guides. And sometimes I actually yell and scream at them, which is a story in of itself, but I will never do it again, let me tell you. So I finally made an appointment to see the ophthalmologist here because I'm staying with a friend in Kansas right now. So that we could get these, because I'm like, okay, holistically, it doesn't seem to be working. I need my eyesight back because it's getting so bad. It's like just trying to go 3 miles to the store was like, oh my God, am I going to make it there? Because I knew there were cars coming, but I couldn't really see them very well. And that fear that you're going to have an accident. And of course, you put that fear out, you can create it. And it was like, so I decided to go in and see an ophthalmologist just to see what they said, especially once I checked with Medicare and found out how much it really costs. So the one in Albuquerque said, oh, it's going to be $7,500 per eye. And you have to pay 20% of that. I'm like, with what? I don't have that kind of money. Turns out when you check with Medicare, it's only $1,600 per eye, not $7,500. And if you buy the Plan C or that supplemental thing, they cover the other 20%. So all you do is have to try to come up with the money to pay the deductible, which I still haven't done yet. I'm working on. So I'm hoping they get all these surgeries done before, although I did get a notice from Medicare today, you have a new announcement. I'm like, oh, okay. So I went and saw the ophthalmologist. Now he kind of surprised me because they have ways of examining your eyes that the optometrists don't have. So that they put you on this really weird machine and they can actually get behind the cataract itself and test your eyesight. And when he looked at what my eyesight was in October compared to what it was back in April, it had improved. But yet I still couldn't see because of the cataracts. So Latsu was right. He goes, your eyes are healed. He goes, we just need somebody to get the cataract off of there. So Tuesday was the surgery. Yeah, the 25th, right before Thanksgiving, of the left eye, because that was the worst one. So that's the one they wanted to go through first. And I had watched videos of what to expect. And I had watched videos of the surgery itself. Anyway, kind of creepy, but on how they remove those things. And then you go in for the follow-up 24 hours later. Now, according to the videos, oh, thank you. See, I can actually read that. I'm like, ooh, I can actually read that. They're very blurry out of this side, but I can read it. Yeah. When I came out of the surgery center, I don't remember it. I don't remember the surgery. And they tell you, oh, you're not going to be completely asleep. Well, heck, I don't remember anything because the nurse had said, I'll be standing there holding your hand. If you need anything or if there's a problem, just squeeze it. What hand? I don't remember anything. I don't remember going back into recovery. All I remember is the next, they took me into surgery. And then the next thing I remember, I was getting into Stephanie's truck. And of course, they give you. So the surgery said you're going to come out of it with a big patch over your eye. And you need to keep it there for 24 hours. Okay. So now this is what they gave me. They did not have a patch over my eye. For one, I got these really cool shades. And this is what they put on my eyes when I got out of the surgery center. And when Stephanie started driving, I was like, oh my God, I can read that sign. You need to, oh my God, I can read that way over there. It was amazing how clear my eye, that left eye was. Still can't see diddly out of that one. And I was like, well, where's the patch? So when I got home, this is their idea of an eye patch. They did not put it on my eye, and you're only supposed to have to wear it at night. But they don't tell you, or if they did, I was not conscious, how to even put it on your eye. So at night, they have you put it on like this and then tape it to your face. Because they don't want you while you're sleeping, touching your eye, hitting your eye, or in my case, having Bearheart come up and knock me in the face or in my eye. And they give you a roll of tape to put it on. But they don't tell you how to do it. I had to Google it because if they gave instructions, I wasn't conscious to hear it. So I went back. Now, you're not supposed to, because what the videos say, what all the ophthalmologists say, and even what my paperwork says, is that your vision will be blurry for at least a week. And then it'll gradually get better. So that by the time you have the second surgery, you should be able to see out of the first one pretty well. So you're not supposed to drive to your follow-up visit. I had to, because Stephanie's follow-up visit for her surgery that she had the week before was that afternoon, and her husband wanted to take her. So, and because I could see so clearly, I'm like, what the heck? I'll just drive myself, which I did. The ophthalmologist, when they examined my eyes, the vision in this eye is now 20/25. And he
Miracles.
said that, yes, he said that is unheard of. That is not possible. How did you do that? Thanks a lot, Sue. Thanks for all the healing and everything. That I had a friend in Scottsdale that was working on it. And Linda Lang, who has, thoughtchange.com, I asked her, since mold was a precipitating factor, if we could do a healing waters meditation for mold, which she did. And it's up on her. I actually did an update on my playlist for the healing cataracts holistically, and I linked her video that we did in there. But she was like, wow, I never thought of doing one for mold. And she goes, then you're right. Mold does affect the eye because it grows. The mold can grow on the lens of your eyes. So she helped me make that, that healing waters meditation, and she put it on her YouTube channel for people to watch. So it was a bunch of little things that we've been doing holistically, which I had told the ophthalmologist who actually did the surgery, because he said, what are you doing to help your eye? I'm like, holistic medicine, homeopathic stuff. And he goes, well, it worked because your eye is healed. He goes, it's unheard of. People just don't come straight out of surgery and have crystal clear vision. But you do if you have spirit on your side and you're working with them and doing the work on the backside.
Yeah. So why this fundraiser? I just got this visual of you, this bout with the cataracts and the blindness. It's like that was your dragon to slay. Mm-hmm. That was the obstacle stopping you from doing this ultra important healing work that you're doing for the earth and the people at this critical time, which is why the light worker community is being asked to step up and give the love gifts, because now you've got to find a place to live, and that's mm-hmm. not cheap, and you haven't been working in quite some time. You've got to go wherever it is Spirit's sending you next to do the work, and you've got to finance that. So mm-hmm. it's our opportunity to step up, to help you do your work, and in that way we're contributing on a larger basis to the whole process that we're going through now to moving to Earthtopia.
Yeah. Yeah, because it makes it very challenging to write books. I can't even read them, let alone be able to write. I have a book over that I bought in New Mexico that I really wanted to read about shadow work and helping clear the shadow, because I'm integrating that into what I'm doing. And I opened up the pages and it's like, yeah, whatever, because you couldn't see a word of it. I pulled it out on Thanksgiving Day and I'm like, oh my God, I can read it. Okay, it might be just out of this eye for right now, but I could actually read the words. And by being able to see again, I can get back to write, because I was right in the middle of writing a cat book. I'm doing a book on power animals. And I decided to start with cats because I have one and they're so obnoxiously in my life all the time. So I'm doing the first one, and I had set it to be finished and done and published before the end of the year. And then all of a sudden I couldn't see. So it's like went to a complete halt, because when you can't see your computer, when you can't see your phone, you can't see what you're writing, all my notes that I have been taking, all to do more videos, I couldn't even read what I had written.
And at that point, you were on this road trip that Spirit had been sending you on, going from place to place and doing your light pillar work.
Yeah.
So for those who aren't familiar, can you tell us a little bit about the light pillar work you're doing?
I started the light pillars a year ago, actually November 11th of last year. Archangel Michael, because I'm one of the warriors of light, but in the hierarchy of the warriors of light, you have, just like any military thing, you have levels. So, you might have a sergeant and lieutenants. Well, when I first paid attention, I was already at a lieutenant level in the Army of Light. I was one of Michael's lieutenants. Now he keeps promoting me. And I think I'm like up to a 5-star general now. And I've seen some of the epic battles that we have done. And I love my lightsaber. Oh my God, those are, now I know where George Lucas came up with the idea for Star Wars and those lightsabers, because that's literally what we use when we're fighting. And so I've actually gotten to see the 4 horses of the apocalypse, because I've ridden with them during battles.
And now, just to be clear for people who aren't familiar, this happens during dream time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Heck yeah. Because if I was awake and he told me and I saw those horses, I'd be like, bye. No, I'd be turning and running the other way. But so he came and he told me that it was time to start cleaning up, because Earth is ascending, whether we like it or not. She's going through her birthing phase, which I keep being told is going to be done by the end of the year. But in order to do that last year, we had to remove a lot of stuck souls off the planet. And so what he did was have me start putting pillars of light down in certain areas, and he would tell me where they needed to be. And literally it was like, and the worst part was Haiti. I think it was Haiti, because of the regime that they had there under Papa Doc, and the soldiers were just indiscriminately going around and just killing people and whatnot. So there was a lot of stuck souls there, more so than I think any other place in the world. And the souls didn't want to leave because they were afraid the soldiers were going to get them. I'm like, you're already dead. They can't harm you. And so by putting these pillars down, it was drawing these stuck souls that were finally ready and able to leave the planet and go into the God's light. They finally were drawn to the pillar, which then took them up into the light. So that's what I was doing in like November and December of last year. In January, he changed it because, of course, who's in where, and what we've been going through the last 10 and a half, 11 months. He wanted to change it, so he came in and gave a new directive of the pillars were to be put down in hot spots where there was a lot of negativity, especially in the United States, but also in other countries. So they were being put in places where the negative energy needed to be uprooted. And what he was doing was inscribing these pillars with love, truth, justice. And then we also added unity. One of the members of our group said, unity is the other word that needs to be on there, because I knew there was another word. So that's what we've been doing. And so, like, if there's an earthquake or there's rumblings of earthquakes or rumblings of volcanoes, we put pillars around and we ask that, the highest degree of love and light and the mitigation of so that it doesn't damage do it, so that Mother Earth can still grow and do her reshifting and shaping, but with the least amount of loss of life for all living beings. Because we don't want, just because she's rebirthing and growing and changing how it's going to look on planet Earth, you don't want to wipe out all the populations. So, and then what Michael has said is there literally is a group called the Garbage Collectors. And I actually got to meet one, and I had never brought it up before. And I was talking with her because she wants me on her podcast. And of course, then I couldn't see. It was kind of hard to do or read anything. And so I kind of put it on hold for a while. But she was like, and she goes, it's really weird that you're talking about the pillars of light, because she goes, I was just recently told I was a garbage collector, and that I'm going behind the people with the pillars of light and cleaning out the garbage and sending it off planet. I was like, oh my God, this is so cool. So you just never know what your job, what your assignment is going to be, but you step up and you do it. It's like, to me, it's just like, oh, okay, so he wants pillars of light. Okay, I guess I'll do it. And now I have a few people that are helping me. Some other people pop in once or twice and then they disappear, or they'll come 4 or 5 times and then they disappear.
It's not for everybody, but for those who want to make a difference, they can reach out to you and attend your Pillars of Light groups.
Oh, sorry, I had to take a drink.
That's all right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, right now we're meeting every couple weeks, but it might, because the whole idea is once I can see again, I'm working with an agency, guess where, in Arizona. And it's kind of funny because Spirit told me last night, they cracked me up. It's like, we're going to send you back, because they told me I had to ask Bearheart where he wanted to live. And I'm like, he's going to go wherever I go. He doesn't have a choice in the matter. And they're like, yes, he does. You need to ask Bearheart where he wants to live. I'm like, fine. And in case we don't know, Bearheart is my black cat. He's starting to make appearances on my YouTube channel. Every once in a while, he'll pop in while I'm doing a video. And I actually think he's in one of the videos you're going to be showing today. Yeah,
later.
So I asked him where he wanted to live. He said Arizona. I was like, what? Like, wait a minute here. And right after that, I was contacted by an agency in Arizona. And they have gotten to the point where she even called me before the surgery to see how I was doing, to wish me, good luck and everything. And she said she's going to call this next week before the next surgery, because she wants to get me out working a regular job again ASAP, as soon as I'm able to travel. So that's why, again, part of the fundraiser is to help get me there. Because again, on Social Security, you don't get much. And of course, I'm paying my friends to stay here. So that takes even less away from what I would be able to actually save up money for. But it was so funny because I'm like, but he's just a cat. Why should I ask him where he wants to go? and it was because it's important, because he is part of work.
What you've learned, I think, is he's your partner.
Yes.
And I don't think you realized that before.
No. And it's so funny because one of the things they had told me years ago is that my partner would be a male in my business. And I was like, I haven't met him yet. Where the heck is he? Well, he's sleeping on the bed over there. He's slacking again. Yeah. But he comes in handy because when there's something outside or in the room that isn't supposed to be around, he's like always on guard. And he's like an emotional support animal. So his sister medicine bear, unfortunately, who passed away, he watches me when I sleep because I have a tendency, if I roll onto my back, I quit breathing. And so that's what she did. She popped into my dreams one night because she noticed I wasn't breathing and said, "Hey, if you need help, you need to ask for help." And of course I was like, "Yeah, give me some water." Cause I was, I felt like I had been running and I needed some water. And she's like, "If you need help, ask for help." And I'm like, "Yeah, I do. I need some water." And finally I'm like, "Okay, fine. I need help." And I immediately saw two angelic hands come down out of the wherever, roll me over onto my side. And I was still sleeping, and I started gagging and coughing and choking, which woke me up. And I was gagging and choking and doing this. And Medicine Bear was like sitting like right here in my face. "Are you okay?" And it was the same voice that was in my dream asking me then, "Are you okay? Do you need help?" So we do, but we have to remember to ask, because spirit cannot step in unless it's an emergency and we're getting ready to croak and we can't. So she was telling me, you need to ask for help and not to assume that you think you know what you need. Just ask for help.
Yeah. But in this case, you didn't ask for this. It was the angels who came in on your behalf and said, we need to do this. So it really is a sacred undertaking that we're doing here. I'm thinking, let's see, we've been going an hour and a half. Now might be a good time to take a little bit of a break and answer a few questions. Maybe you can go check on the donations and let us know when you come back.
Because I've been hearing my phone ding, so I wanna go check that out.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Because we want to help you move on and do your work, because we're all benefiting from the work that you're doing. And lots more stories to tell. But we're also trying to be mindful of not overtaxing Dr. Elena, since she did just have that surgery. And we are so grateful for the miracle of your eyesight restored on that one eye, and eagerly anticipate the next one.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to send you off to take a break and get us an update on those numbers, and we'll see you in a little while.
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
All right, you guys. So I think now is a good time to answer some questions. So if you have donated and you wanted to get a question answered from your divine team, just let me know. We'll do that now. We'll take this little break, and let me get rid of that banner. Right. Let me just add another one. So grateful for you guys hanging out with us today, because I know it's Super Bowl Sunday and some people are really into that. So it's wonderful that you're here. All right. So let me go back and see what questions we have. So Denise, what message from Metatron? Let me actually put that up here so people can see your question. Message from Metatron and spirit guides want you to know about your life purpose. Gratitude and appreciation. You are so welcome. I'm so grateful to you, Denise, for always showing up, being here, and lending your love and support. So, and just before I do that, Denise didn't know. She thought donations were going through Super Chat. So that's why it shows up that way. And we thank you for that. But we need you to use the link that I shared that's pinned at the top. And I posted it a couple times below, so that the funds will go directly to Dr. Elena without YouTube taking the 30% cut, because we need to help her as much as we can. we're working our hearts out here to do that, to help her get on her feet and start this new chapter of her life that, judging by what's going on in the world, is going to be massive. So we need her settled in a safe, comfortable place so she can take care of her body to do this work that needs to be done. So, Denise, what do you want Denise to know about her life purpose and her journey? For Denise, what do you want to share? Denise, I'm hearing that song, Michael Row the Boat Ashore. I don't know if you know that song. It's beautiful, very old, ancient, and talking about asking for help. So the angels helping you to keep your boat in the flow, and when you need to go ashore, being right there with you, helping you every step of the way. In case you didn't know that, they are there all the time. What else do you want to share with Denise? Oh, they're wrapping their arms around you. It's like they're trying to warm you physically and spiritually, filling you with divine love light so that you can viscerally feel the energy that they're imparting to you now. It's saying, blessed child, you are on your path and we are most pleased. Keep moving forward, sharing love wherever you feel led. And what greater purpose can there be than that? Except find what feeds your soul and do that. So if you have not already found what feeds your soul, then look around for those things that light you up, that you would do all the time if money and time were not an object. Find that, do that, and incorporate fun. Those are the elements you need to walk your purposeful path so that when you get to the end, you will arrive satisfied, without regrets, because you lived your life full out with gusto, joy. You shared love and peace, leading us to oneness wherever you could. And Denise, that is divine perfection. We can ask no more of you than that. So, darling child, venture forth into the world with love in your heart, shining that beautiful beacon. Let the world see who you are and what you have to offer. And you will find this energetic feedback loop that you will receive as you share, that karma brings it back to you. And it will be pleasing and satisfying. You will feel that you are on your path. And that is divine perfection. Okay. So thank you, team, for her message. Beth, you didn't post a question, so I'm not sure if you have one, but we'll just ask a quick general question for you and see what they have to say. So for Beth, what can you share with Beth today? This is weird, Beth. I'm hearing this song that you're probably not familiar with because it's sung in churches rather than temples. It's Holy, 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 Lord God Almighty, something like that. And, if I'm off tune, it's the hearing aids. I apologize. Anyway, it's a beautiful, uplifting song of praise and worship, gratitude for who you are, where you are. So even though you're not familiar with the song, you can probably find it on YouTube. Get the words so that you can get the fullness of the message. But it's really about leaning into gratitude, which expands your heart chakra, and it expands the work that you bring to the world as a light worker. So they're saying that when you use that energy in your lip print readings, the impact of what you bring will expand It will bless people at a higher level than they were even expecting. It will make your work feel magical, as if it already doesn't feel magical enough because it is wonderful. But it will take it up to a higher level, and it will bless you. Your heart will be so full that you get to do this amazing soul fulfilling work and share it with the world. So it's expansion for you, Beth, which is perfect as we move into this new cycle of a 1 year in 2026. We're closing out the 9 endings year, stepping into new beginnings, and there's a lot of excitement building. I can feel that in the heart chakra, anticipation for new opportunities that are coming your way. So super exciting. Let us know how that goes, Beth. I'm really excited for you. And Marcelina, what does your romantic and career look like for 2026? Love and gratitude. Well, gratefully accepted. So for Marcelina, what can you tell her about her romance and career in 2026? Okay, I don't know if you're a Bee Gees fan or not, but I'm hearing jive talking. So, explain, please. What does that mean in context of career and romance? Oh, in terms of romance, watch out for the jive talkers. Use discernment in those whom you place your trust in and you choose to spend your valuable time with, because there are a lot of jive talkers out there that do not have your best interests at heart. Lead with your heart, with love, and with the intention of connecting with those like-minded souls who are also on a spiritual journey, that you might connect with them and together expand the path upon which you walk. Because when we go in numbers, we have more power and our impact is greater. We can plant more seeds. So it's about you expanding. And does that tie into career? They're saying it can, depending on how you use it, but you can absolutely intertwine your spirituality with your work, even though you might use words to couch it in a way that you're able to pass without stepping over boundaries, if you understand what I'm saying. So you can combine the two. It's all about your intention and your energy. So when you put that forth, your angels will help you to find the right path so that you're in the flow and you are sharing from that place of love, which will bless others and it will boomerang back on you. And I'm seeing it as it boomerangs back on you. You're like this flower and you're just blooming, you're opening up. And it's one of those trumpet-shaped flowers, like a hibiscus or a rose of Sharon. So it's that trumpet-shaped flower that's opening up. It's beautiful. It's pinks and purples. Anything else for Marcelina? Whatever you do, baby, do it with love and joy in your heart, and you will find peace and satisfaction. And never forget, we've got your back every step of the way. Thank you. Thank you, angels. Okay. So let's see, pop back over here. See if anybody else posted any questions. Yes, human, Gaian, healing the healers. Absolutely. Because they need help too. And, I'm here asking on behalf of Dr. Elena and myself, because I'm in this place of needing healing with my ears. This is kind of a dark night of the soul I've been going through. So I don't think it's an accident that both Dr. Elena and I are going through these physical challenges right at the time when it feels like we're needed the most to do our work. But it's a reminder that we have to ask for help when we need it too. So it's asking and then allowing the healing to come in. So I know that I know that I know, but I can't prove it to you. This is going to clear up. This is temporary. So I'm getting through it the best I can. And just as Dr. Elena has just demonstrated to us, she got through to have that first surgery, to experience that incredible miracle of her eye being restored to better than it was before the surgery. It's like, how does it get any better than that? Yeah, we've got to go through the challenge. And in a way, it's kind of like a test, isn't it? To see if we're going to stand in our faith and trust to move through, to do the work. She has been tested and she has proven her mettle. And now she just needs our help to move forward, get back on her feet, to do the work again. And that's what we're doing. And we are so blessed to have that opportunity, because it will boomerang back on us. That's the way karma works. So thank all of you for being here right now. You are part of something so extraordinary that I don't think any of us really realizes yet. But it is blossoming just like that trumpet flower for Marcelina. You are so welcome, Denise. Hey, Linda, you're not late. Blessings and hugs back to you. We're so happy to have you here. Dee Went, hello, welcome. You're grateful and thankful. Yeah, I appreciate that, Denise. And I know your team does as well. They like to be acknowledged when they do things for us. So it's important that we do that. So, Human Gaian, just let me know, have you given a love gift to Dr. Elena? Because I'm doing readings for people who have given the love gift, because, hey, a little incentive never hurts, right? And we need to step up and do our part. And I want to make sure that I honor those people first who have stepped up. So let me know, and then I will come back to your question. Hey, Marby, so happy to see you. You always bring such joy and beautiful energy with you. Just sparkle. Thank you for that. I so appreciate you. Yes, Marby, I know you will support Dr. Elena, so we will definitely come back and do a reading for you. Beth, you've been doing that lately. Awesome. Oh, I'm so excited. I can't wait to hear your update on what's happening between that new boat of yours. Beth bought a boat. She is the captain of her own sailboat that she sails in the bay out by Sheepshead Bay in Brooklyn. I'm just so impressed by that, and happy for you that you are living that life's dream while you're doing this beautiful sacred work for people. And by the way, in case you don't know, let me put it down. What Beth does is lip print reading. So that means you put lipstick on, and then you do a lip print. You smooch this napkin or paper, and you send that to her, and she reads it. And oh my gosh, the details she gets from that is mind-blowing. I was a little embarrassed, frankly, by some of the things she found in my lip prints. Who knew that showed up there? Oh my gosh. It's phenomenal. And she can do it virtually. So let me put, it's kissmarks.com. Beth, I can't remember if there's a hyphen or not. So I'll put them both here. You can go to her website and read about it. It's just phenomenal. Everybody should get this. It's really wonderful. Yeah, Dee Went, we're going to be taking questions off and on. We're taking a little break now. We've just had a rather long segment of storytelling and getting to know Dr. Elena. So we're taking a little break. I guess we'll go until maybe about 2. And then I've got another video to share with you. And then we'll bring Dr. Elena back for some more stories, because, folks, she's got millions of them. And the one is more amazing than the other. She has really lived an incredible yet humble life, because few people know about her. She's out there every day doing this extraordinary work with the light pillars, with healing, sending healing to us and the planet. All this work on our behalf, and really struggling, especially now. So she has, throughout her life, struggled so much because of this conflict of her birth, being that walk-in soul, trying to figure out who she was, what the heritage is, overcoming the abuse and the denigration of the adoptive parents, overcoming all that to earn her master's in metaphysics to be Dr. Elena, Reverend Dr. Elena. She's done all of these things despite these tremendous odds stacked against her. And while we've been busy living our lives, kind of oblivious to all this, she's been out there in the trenches doing the work. So this is our opportunity in her time of need to step up and really help her. So let me pop in her link again. This is for your love gifts for Dr. Elena. And you know that karma is going to boomerang back onto you big time, because this is a sacred mission that we're on, requested by the angels. So the rewards will be great. Let that sink in. We have this opportunity for a small donation to make a tremendous difference in our own lives and that of Dr. Elena and those she helps. Oh, Marcelina, I'm so glad the reading made sense and you enjoyed it. Kathy, I know you already made a donation. You were there ahead of the curve, and we so appreciate that. So your question is, you're thinking about starting a YouTube channel doing tarot readings. Are you ready? You don't feel confident. Well, before I ask your guides, let me just share this with you, Kathy. Most people who undertake something like this have their doubts and their insecurities, and they don't feel confident. It's one of those things, if you're feeling that calling in your heart chakra and your solar plexus, then do it. You'll figure it out as you go. You don't have to be perfect. But when you put your heart and your love, your energy, intention into it, it will connect with those who need what you have to offer. I don't know how long you've been around in the tarot community on YouTube, but I remember Sheila, Celtic Tarot Sheila, when she started, only showed her hands and the cards because she wasn't confident enough to show her face. And then over time, she built the confidence and started doing that. And I think there are several others who have done the same thing. So don't let that be the thing that holds you back. But now let's ask your team. So for Kathy, starting a YouTube channel doing tarot readings, team, is Kathy ready? They're singing that silly song, hot diggity, dog diggity, boom, what you do to me. I don't know if you know that song. It's a silly song. It's uplifting and encouraging you that, yes, you have what it takes and you will deliver to those who need it. So anything else you want to share with her? Definitely ready. We got that. And doing tarot readings on YouTube. That is aligned with her purpose right now? Oh, yeah, baby. If that lights you up, if it feeds your soul, then you go do it. And don't you worry about how many show up to watch, because those who need it will show up. And you just keep putting it out there faithfully, knowing that over time you will connect with more souls who need that reassuring message that you will be bringing, who will bask in the divine love light that you shine upon them from your YouTube channel. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you, team. So you are blessed. You are ready. And if it's in your heart, then do it. Absolutely. And if you need help, reach out. You know, those of us who have been there, done that, happy to offer tips. Yeah. So the water's fine. Jump on in, Kathy. Denise, you have a hard time asking for help. And why is it so hard? Me too. You know, for me, it's because I grew up from like the age of 5 knowing I couldn't trust my parents to be my parents. I've always been my own. So when you develop that independence at such a young age and you know it's attached to your survival, it's really hard to accept help. But The good news is my team has been working on me and, bringing me challenges like this so that I have to ask for help. It's very humbling. You have to put your ego aside and say, maybe I can't do it all by myself. And the other side of it, Denise, is that when you do ask for help, you allow those people who you have helped to step up and help you. That blessing that you give to them by being allowed to help you is tremendous. Because when you offer to help someone and they say yes, it feels really good. And if they say no, it doesn't feel so good. Doesn't mean you always have to accept the help. If it's something that would be helpful, then accept it. And that's a learning process. So let me just ask for Denise, the reason she has a hard time asking for help. Can you explain where that stems from? I'm seeing you walking like on the edge of a razor blade. I mean, it's a sharp edge, walking very, very carefully, even more so than if it were a tightrope, because that edge, if you don't hit your foot in just the exact right position, you'll get cut. You'll be sliced. There's great danger there. And so you are moving forward very cautiously with great trepidation. That's holding you back. But you just have felt like that's your lot in life. And they're saying, no, Denise, that is not true. That is a vicious lie that has been perpetrated on you by your ego and well-meaning adults who thought they were helping you, but they led you astray. That is absolutely not true. Let your angels lift you off of that razor sharp edge, put you on firm ground so that you can walk your blissful soul journey with gusto and joy, receiving all the blessings and, yes, help that is owed to you and you deserve. Accept it with love and joy in your heart, knowing that you bless the giver when you receive. Allow yourself to be in a state of gratitude so that what they give expands into the fullness that was intended. Amen and amen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was beautiful. I hope that helps, Denise. Yes, Linda, ripples in the water. You betcha. Wonderful, Dee went. So you turned 69 last week, and there's a lot of change going on. You lost your precious little dog 3 days before your birthday. I'm so sorry. You were wondering if you could get a message from him. The name is Baker. Okay. And I expect that's Baker in the picture. That beautiful little baby. Okay. So for D went. Is there a message from that beautiful puppy that crossed over? I'm hearing the barking. You betcha. Yeah, very excited that you remember and that you called out the name publicly. Yeah. Apparently he likes public attention. He's a little bit of a showboat, I think. So is there a message you want to share? And don't be sad. I've not left your side. I'm right there, wagging my tail, looking up at you with all the love I can muster from my heart, shining through my eyes, so that you can feel the love and you won't feel alone. I'm always here. And don't think that you're taking me away from my soul journey, because I can be in two places at once. No problemo for this pup. Yeah, I'm talented that way. So I will be nearby when you need me. When you have trouble sleeping, imagine me lying beside you, your arm around me, your hand stroking. Imagine that until it is so real that you know I really am there, because I am. And I will be there whenever you need me, to comfort you, to soothe your broken heart, to help you heal, And please, Papa, don't wait to bring in another four-legged that you can love, because there are so many who need a home, and you will honor me when you do that. So anything else from the puppy? Yeah, lots of love and kisses sending to you. Thank you, Baker. We appreciate you. Oh, what a sweet little soul. Yeah, so Dee Wint, I hope that helps and brings you some comfort. But just imagine that baby in your arms stroking. That will help you to feel better until you can start to heal. It's still very raw, I know. But Baker wants you to heal and move on. That's how you honor him and the love that he brought to you. Plus, your angels are there holding on to you as well, lifting you up until you feel better. Okay, let me just go through, see who's on the list here. Human Gaian, is it in your highest and best to continue to write? Okay, so for Human Gaian, is writing the most purposeful path right now? It feels like it's, when you write, you're in the zone, you're in the flow. It's soul satisfying. So absolutely, it's right. That's what you're looking for. You're always looking for that thing that feeds your soul, helps you to get into the flow. And you feel it all the way to your toes that this is right. You're in the zone. You're doing what you came here to do. And don't let ego take you off your path by telling you that you aren't measuring up or you're lacking in any way, because that's bullcrap. Ego will do that because it's scared that you're trying something new and you might fail. Well, everybody tries things new and they have things they fail, but it's not really a failure. You learn the lesson, you use that, you're building a new foundation with each of those quote failures that are really lessons. Those are the building blocks for your new foundation. And you have to create that. So don't be afraid. In fact, welcome making mistakes, because again, that's how you learn and that's how you ascend on your journey. So it's all in perfect alignment. Anything else for Human Gaian about the writing journey? You have a story to tell that nobody else can, and it needs to get out to the world. It doesn't matter what form it takes. It's the love and intention that the love and the intention that puts it into this big, beautiful package to serve up to the world for those who have a need to hear what you have to share. And you will find your tribe as you share from your heart. Whether you make them laugh or you make them cry, you take them on adventures or you take them deep into journeying. It doesn't matter, because it's your unique voice. And if you have the desire and the will to share, then that's in perfect alignment, and that's your path. So go forth in faith and confidence that you are on the right path. Okay, so for Marby, let me just clear that up. Okay. What would you like to share with Marby today? I'm hearing all these upbeat little ditties, Marby, like celebratory party kind of. I heard Judy Garland singing "Zing Went the Strings of My Heart," and that, I think that's from Meet Me in St. Louis, right? So is that Judy coming through with a message for Marby? She says, "Okay, all right, if you want one, I'll bring you one." Delighted to do. Marby, you should know that you have been seen by those on this side and deeply appreciated for the love, the intention, and the commitment you bring to everything that you do. You throw your whole self into whatever you commit to doing, and you make it special. You put your energetic stamp on it. You elevate it so that whatever it is, it has the maximum impact on those whom you share with. Never for a single moment underestimate how important that is in the grand scheme of life. Without you, there would be big holes that you hadn't filled with your love light. And because you're there are fewer holes. And there are many, many pools of divine love light waiting to bless others. You are seeding the path ahead so that those who come following behind will have their needs met. They will have a boost that you didn't have, that you had to carve that path for yourself. And because of your work, your dedication, and your love, those who come behind you will have it that much easier. And oh, Marby, that is a blessing. That is a massive busload of beautiful karma coming to bounce off of you, to fill your heart with love and joy, to know deep down in your soul that you are living your purpose. And Creator is very pleased. Wow. Thank you, Judy and Creator. Okay, let me pop back over to the other list and see what we got going here. You are so welcome, Kathy. You're welcome, Beth. I am always happy to share your information. Denise, it makes a lot of sense and it's very humbling. Yeah, but sometimes we need that. So that's what they bring to us. And I'm so glad it resonates. And, we can be in that club together of really not wanting to ask for help, but knowing that we need to. So we can kind of push ourselves a little outside the comfort zone and ask now and then. And then the more you do it, the easier it gets. So do that when it's what you need. Don't deny yourself. Because that's just ego, right? Yeah, we all need help now and then. We get by with a little help from our friends, the Beatles, right? Linda, you have difficulty asking for help too. I hope that message resonated for you, Linda, because knowing who you are and where you are in your life, it is really important that you do ask for help and allow others to help you, because you have given and given and given, and they need to give back to balance things. We want balance in all things in this universe. So it will bless you and it will bless them. So just take little baby steps. Push just a little bit outside that comfort zone now and then, and it will get easier. And soon you'll find that when you need something, it's no big deal to ask for help. We're all a work in progress, so give yourself grace, because Creator certainly does. Thank you for all those donations. We so appreciate it. Human Gaian, you appreciate it. Oh, I'm so glad it resonated for you. D went. He definitely is a showboat. You wanted to get another dog right away. You adopted Baker as an older dog, so you wanted to get another older dog, but now you got a puppy. Oh, awesome. That's so exciting. Enjoy the heck out of that puppy. And you will make Baker very happy. It's a totally different experience. Her name is Khaleesi. You think Baker will approve? Oh yeah, I can see the wagging and the tongue wagging there. Very happy. So Khaleesi, after the character in Game of Thrones, probably, right? That's a powerful gift of a name. So may Khaleesi live up to her name and bring you much joy and love. Well, I don't know about you guys, but all this love energy makes my eyes wet. So let's take care of that. Okay. Hang on just a second. I see Dr. Elena sent me a message. So we got some more people, it looks like, who donated that haven't gotten readings yet. So Linda, Aurora Blue, Valeska, if you've got questions, pop them in there because we want to honor anybody who donated who wants a reading. You don't have to get one, of course, but if you'd like one, we are delighted to do that for you today. And if you want it from Dr. Elena instead of from me, let me know. Not a problem. I'm sure she'd be happy to. And Jennifer. Okay, I missed Jennifer. So Jennifer also. Awesome. So let's see if I don't see any more questions. Karen, will you be able to donate after this? You're not able today, but you want to. Absolutely, because you know what? Tomorrow is first Monday in December. So we're doing Metaphysical Chat Live tomorrow night. So I'll put up the link during Metaphysical Chat Live for anybody who missed it. Excuse me. Need to take a drink here for a minute. Yeah, so bring those questions tomorrow night. We're going to have a great time, and we will keep that link there. And by the way, that link is always live. So anytime you feel like topping up the gift for Dr. Elena, you can do that in the future. And I think one of the things we'll do when we bring her back is have her tell you a little about the services that she offers, because the other way you can help is to book readings or healings or any of the things that she offers, and that way you're doubly blessed because you get to interact and avail yourself of the beautiful healing work that she does. So I don't see any more questions at the moment. What do you think, Dr. Elena? You want to come back on now and give them a quick rundown on the services so that they know what that's about? I think that's a yes. There we go. I like that view better. So you're unmuted?
I think.
So give us a brief rundown of the kind of things that you offer. So if they decide that they want to come and work with you, what kind of things might they do?
How about if we do an update on the amount?
Oh, there you are.
How about if we do an update on the amount first?
Yes, please.
I'm hoping I caught them all. I was trying to go through. So we are up to $536.
Wonderful. I'm just going to type that up and put it on screen for anybody who comes later. That's fabulous. And we're 2 hours in.
Appreciative. Absolutely. Okay. So now what was the question?
Oh, tell us just, a summary of the kind of services that you offer. And I need your link so I can put it in there for them.
What link?
So whichever website or YouTube or wherever you want to send them, the ones who want to link up with the Light Pillars group, or they want to check out your services. And by the way, Dr. Elena makes native crafts as well. She does these beautiful medicine bags, necklaces she's wearing. She does those bone necklaces that are so beautiful. They, there's like a 3-layer bones and stones, I think you called it.
That was the name, medicine bags.
And those are all hand sewn.
Yes. They're made the traditional way. This one has a little bear on it. Now, some of them are deerskin. I still have some that are cowhide. I have a few left of those. I'm trying to get away from that because deerskin is a little easier to work with, but they're decorated with feathers and fur and beads, and whatever else I can get my hands on. And then, of course, the gemstone jewelry. This particular one has a little angel on the bottom.
Oh, perfect.
I don't know if you
I
can
love
see
it.
that. But, and there, everything is, hold on. Everything is different. I've been doing this since 2000, pretty much the same time I met Serge. So like this is another piece, turquoise and coral. Which of course, again, a lot of that stopped because you're dealing with such tiny things, and when you can't see, it's kind of hard to. So these are just pieces I happened to have with me when I went on my road trip, not realizing I was going to get slammed by not being able to see. So, but as to, so that's part of the services I offer. I do make, and I also do custom jewelry. Oh, let me show you the other things, because I started making these before I left Tucson. I actually forgot I had them with me. I call them spirit boxes. So they're little, this one actually has feathers on it. And it's called, I guess, pour paint is what they call it. You just pour the paint on it and just let it go however it wants to. That's what the middle of that, or the inside of that one looks like. So I have those in a couple different sizes. I have these on my, I have a couple that I made for myself, the little ones that I put on my altar. And
Oh,
so
that is really cool.
Yeah, so I put like, that one's just like pink in the inside, but a lot of them have dream catchers on them. But they come in handy on the altar because you can put stones in them. I had started making this kind because I was hoping it was going to be big enough to put oracle cards in, but it's not quite long enough or wide enough. But tarot cards.
It depends on the card size because, they're all different sizes.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. The tarot cards fit in here, but not the oracle cards, which is why I had made them, because I have so many oracle cards. And then I also make smudge fans, ceremonial fans. Every once in a while, I make a turtle rattle if I happen to have a shell. You never know. Dream catchers. But the healing part is I do distance healing. So like Reiki, Lao Chi, Shaman's Touch healing, soul retrieval, past life regression work, sometimes just readings. I don't do them a lot that much anymore because I seem to have more when I can actually see what I'm doing. Do more of like the clearings, because I do home clearings and blessings. Of course, the weddings. Again, I had to stop doing those because I couldn't read my ceremony, because it's one Serge gave all of us, and I tweaked it a little bit, but it's on paper. And of course, anything that was white, when you have cataracts and you can't see out of your eyes, you can't read the papers.
Yeah.
So I had to stop doing those for a while until I can see again. But I was doing them out anywhere in Tucson. People wanted to go because a lot of people they would come from Missouri. I had one couple that drove all night from Missouri because they wanted to get married out in Oro Valley. And she called me and she's like, well, I called the other lady and she said she won't drive out there, but you will. So she's like, would you drive out there? I said, sure. So we had a beautiful wedding out in the desert. And then I've had really fun ones up in North Scottsdale that were like on the 4th of July weekend. And it was a hoot, but I mixed in their tradition because they were African American. And I mixed in their tradition of jumping the broom, which I had never heard of, in with the Native American and the ceremony that I have. So it was a really awesome ceremony. And we had people, because it was done at a resort in Scottsdale. So it was outdoors. So people were coming who really weren't part of the wedding or invited. They were watching what we were doing and they were all stopping and taking pictures. It was kind of like, uh-oh. So who knows who got pictures, but it was a very, very beautiful ceremony. I think that was the most fun I had ever had. And so it's just, if it's something as simple, well, okay, it wasn't really simple, but finding a lost cat in a different state, which I didn't know I could do either. And I had met this lady up in Colorado. She was a traveling nurse. So she was in Denver at the time, but I had gone up to Colorado Springs during Territory Days, which is a very cool 3-day event. If you ever get a chance to go, it's a huge craft festival and music and everything. And my friends at Brule were playing. So of course I had to go up and watch and support them. And she was there with, again, with her, because she's traveling kind of like I was. She had her cat in the car and her wolf in the car. And it wasn't a wolf dog. It was an actual wolf. So you can imagine how big it was. And she was sleeping in this truck with these two animals. When she went back to Denver, the cat apparently had decided it had enough of sleeping in the truck with the wolf.
Wolf.
And it was like, and when she stopped to get something to eat, the cat decided to jump out the window. And she didn't know it was gone until she parked for the night and, or went to work. And then she realized the cat wasn't there. So she called me freaking out. Now, I'd only met this cat once. And she's like, my cat's gone. My cat's gone. Can you please find him? Please find him. And I'm thinking, I'm in Phoenix. You're in Denver. How in the heck am I supposed to find your cat? So I don't know if any of you have ever heard of the, let's see, what's it called? Hands of Light. Trying to think of who. The name of the group just popped out of my head, but it's they do Reiki music. And I have a couple of their CDs. And the first one I put in, I took it outside. I was living in Fountain Hills at the time, and I had this huge patio with a 6-foot wall. So I knew nobody could see me if I was out there. And I laid down on my chair and put on the thing, because I was trying to see if I did a meditation or did a little journey, maybe I could go somewhere and find the cat. And all I saw that first time was I was walking up and down the road with a bunch of trees around me. I'm like, okay, that's something, but that's not telling me where the cat is. So I put the other CD of theirs in, and I immediately, gone. And I'm walking and I'm like doing this with my nose. I'm like, why is the grass tickling my nose? And I look down and I had orange paws. And then I hear this masculine voice saying, who are you and why are you in my head? And I was like, what the frick? What? Where am I? And who? And then I'm like, oh my God, wait a minute. You're the cat.
Was that the first time that you spirit walked into an animal?
Yeah. I love these things where you just don't know you can do things, and all of a sudden, whoop, there you are. And he's like, what are you doing in here? I said, well, your owner sent me to find you. I said, this wasn't how I was expecting to do it. But where are you? And why did you jump out of the truck? She's freaking out. And he goes, well, I did it because I'm sick and tired of living in the truck with a wolf. I want my own space. He goes, but you call her and you tell her where I am and you tell her she better come and get me right now because I'm scared, I'm tired, I'm hungry, I'm cold. And I was like, well, then you shouldn't have jumped out of the truck.
Yeah. You think?
And he goes, I'm living in a culvert. And I'm sitting there like, what the heck's a culvert? I said, can you show me what you're talking about? So then we did. We walked with me inside of his head so I could see where he was at. And he went down a hill, and sure enough, there was a culvert down there. So now I figured out what those were, that goes underneath the road for the water to drain. And that's where he had been sleeping since he jumped out. And then I'm looking around, as he's moving his head, I'm like, oh my God, you jumped out when she got stopped to get lunch or dinner. And he goes, yes. And so I said, okay, let me call her. Let me tell you her where you're at, and I will make sure she comes and gets you. Well, hurry up. And so when I came out of the meditation or the journey, I immediately called Sharon. I said, I know where your cat's at, and this is why he jumped out, and this is what he expects you to do about it. She went back to the drive-through, and she had pulled up in the drive-through to ask if they had seen an orange cat. And as she was asking, there he goes, right across the front of her truck. And she started screaming his name, freaked him out. He went running for the culvert. And that's where she found, and she goes, oh my God, he was exactly where you said he was. And she goes, I immediately went back to the Denver area because she had stopped for lunch outside, Denver on her way back. So she went back and she got a small apartment so that the cat would have his own space and the wolf would have its own space, and that she was safer and they were safer because that way she could go to work without leaving them in her vehicle.
Yeah.
But it just freaked me out because I was like, why is the grass tickling my nose? It was like, oh my God, I got orange paws. Yeah. And so that's why I said, you don't ask for this stuff to happen. It just happens when you're ready.
Yeah. It's like your story of seeing grandma sitting up in the casket. It's spirit unveils it to you bit by bit when you're ready for it.
Yeah,
And,
exactly.
I have a feeling that never ends all of our lives. We'll keep getting surprised.
We do. And it's what Spirit has told me, because I said, as long as I've been doing this, you would think I'd get used to it. And they said, when you get used to it, that's when we know there's no more growth left. It's those that continue to find wonder and surprise in what's going on that are like, wow, because it keeps us humble.
Yeah. And we're getting a whole bunch of that right now.
Mm-hmm.
Flying at us at the speed of light, it feels like. Crazy, crazy. I'm thinking now might be a good time to share your story about the 18,000-foot free fall. What do you think? Yeah. Should we do that next?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to play that, and Dr. Elena and I will be back after to take more questions.
Hi, it's me again.
Whoops, sorry.
Dr. Elena with another fun story. Kind of like what started the path more of the shamanic, which was also freaky, but it also gives you an idea of where I was at and what I was doing before the spiritual really kicked in and started. There's going to be a few other stories that I tell about how I got started in this, but this one was really unexpected, to say the least. So this talks to, have you ever had trouble listening to your guides and your angels? If so, you're going to love this story. It was back in early 1999. I had just graduated from the University of Phoenix, Las Vegas campus with my bachelor's in business administration. And I celebrated with a new car, a beautiful cherry red car with a spoiler on the back, and a new home. Not out in Vegas. I actually bought a townhouse out in Henderson. It's like, where was that? And I love that townhouse as well. And I had just started a new job at Mandalay Bay. My parents surprised me by coming out to my graduation. They were so excited, which kind of surprised me, yeah, in more ways than one. And so I enjoyed taking them around the valley. I took them out to the Valley of Fire. We went out to Lake Mead, and we went to Death Valley. Very interesting place. If you ever get a chance to go check it out, they have actually what they call the Devil's Golf Course out there. Very interesting golf course. So while they were there, it was kind of like a relief. It was having fun. But this was the trajectory I was going. And my job at Mandalay Bay was as a managerial auditor. I had left the Orleans as a lead gaming auditor and been hired by Mandalay Bay without even applying for a job. But the cost accountant called me up one day and said, "Hey, you need to come and talk to me." And 15 minutes later, he goes, "Oh, by the way, in case you didn't know, you're hired." I was like, okay. But it was more pay, and it was closer to home since I had bought the house out in Henderson. And they were getting ready. It wasn't open yet. So, but that's the trajectory I was headed in, up the ladder. Now, Mandalay Bay is owned by Circus. And when they were building it, they built a special tower where they could bring all the executives that were down at the Circus building into ours, because it was newer, fresher, fancier. And the intent was, especially once I got my bachelor's degree, that I would continue on and get my master's in marketing, because they were already talking about training me and guiding me to become a gaming controller. Even still now, when I talk about that, it just brings up, oh. So that's basically what they were trying to guide me toward. Well, only problem was my master guide had other ideas about the direction I was to pursue. Because what had started happening is the more responsibility that was dumped on me, because the other two managerial auditors weren't really doing anything except taking up space. I was doing all the work, doing all the reporting, making sure all the bigwigs got the reports on time, staying behind if the audits weren't done, because the gaming auditors and the non-gaming auditors answered to us if their leads weren't there. And people notice, you don't think they do, but they do. And so they were kind of grooming me for that. But I had already started stepping into some of the spiritual stuff. I had already met Cattell and was learning about past life regressions. And she was, it finally explained to me what the bear and the mountain lion were to me, and why they were showing up as a kid, and then even as an adult, in dream time and in person. But the one thing we realized is, for me, the headaches were getting worse. The migraine just wouldn't go away, and the one-sided seizures were back in full force. And my neurologist, no matter what he gave me, he couldn't get the migraine to go away. I mean, they gave me all different kinds of medication. Nothing worked. So through all of this, my guide kept telling me it was time to move, but I kept ignoring him. Like, why would I move? I'm like, I just bought a brand new house. I have a brand new car, a new job. I'm not going anywhere. And this continued on for about 6 months. And the dreams and visions showed me that I was going to be moving. And my master guide, who is Sitting Bull, kept talking about me moving to Arizona. And I kept ignoring him and saying, no way. So finally, by October, my guide had had enough of being ignored and watching my health get worse. He showed up one night during dream time in full regalia. And let me tell you, it was awesome. Pointing his finger at me and yelling. I was shocked, to say the least, because up until then, I was under the impression that spirit only showed love and positivity. I've learned over the last 25 years, they will yell, cajole, do anything else, whatever they have to do, or whatever they can think of that will make you pay attention to get you moving. But I digress. So let's go back to the story. My guide started walking toward me, yelling and shaking his finger at me, causing me to back up. He kept this up all the way to the top of a mountain until we stopped at the very edge. I turned to look behind me and saw that I was standing at the edge of a cliff. When I looked down, all the way down to the very bottom, me way, way, way up here, it was actually 18,000 feet, which is ironic because that's a 9, which is about endings, right? You could see a tiny, tiny, tiny little ribbon of blue. From my height up there, I kind of assumed it was probably a river, but it was so tiny, it was kind of hard to tell. I turned back to look at my guide and I said, "You're not going to do what I think you're going to do." Yep, he did. He lifted his hand and he hit me right here in the third eye. And I went flying off the cliff. I yelled at him, "I can't believe you effing did that." He replied, "Are you listening? Get your ass to Arizona." I hit the water hard. So hard, it took me all the way down to the bottom of the river. My feet hit the bottom. I pushed myself back up to the surface of the river, spluttering for air. When I looked up the side of the cliff, I saw that he was outlined by the sun. I heard it was an 18,000 foot drop, which, like I said before, means it's a 9, which means endings. So he was basically telling me, it's over. the job needs to go, you have a different life. That encounter changed the course of my life. Within a month of that vision, I moved to Arizona, met my mentor, stopped having seizures and migraines, and eventually earned my doctorate in metaphysical sciences. So yes, our guides and angels will yell when necessary to get our attention, especially if you're stubborn like I am and you don't want to listen. Or as I keep telling my guides, I listen very well. I hear everything you say. It's the follow-through part that I have issues with. And some of you might have issues too, because you might say, it's no, that's too freaky. That can't have happened. I didn't really hear him say that, did I? Yeah, you probably did. So if we're stubborn and we don't listen, they will come at us however they need to. They do it with love, but they will get our attention however they need to. Because you have to remember, if they're trying to get you to change that dramatically, in my case, it was because of health. They knew what would happen, and I probably wouldn't be here today if I hadn't listened and tried to stay in Vegas. But Spirit knew that I had a different path, that I chose to do something different when I incarnated into this lifetime. So it didn't matter what the ego wanted, because the ego was taking me down a path that probably would have killed me. Spirit sent me in a different direction, sent me to Arizona, where I met my mentor, where he trained, and I apprenticed with him for 9 years in the shamanic arts to learn everything he knew. And it made me understand how I could do what I could do. So again, yes, they will show up. They will yell at you. Just as you'll find out in another story I'll be telling later, don't scream and yell at them, because weird things happen when you do. So I hope you're enjoying your time so far and listening and enjoying the camaraderie of those others that are on and listening to Deborah, because I have more stories also coming to show kind of what happens when we do listen, how our lives do change. And then when we're actually on, I'll come on the fundraiser personally, and we'll kind of give an update on the eye so far, because the surgery actually was Tuesday. My follow-up was yesterday, the first one. The next one is next week. And then the following week, we go to this eye. Mm-hmm. And you will be amazed at what has happened, because I sure am. So we're going to end this story for now. And remember, pay attention. When your guides come calling and they want you to do something, you might want to listen. Bye for now.
Well, did that thing freeze for you? Were you seeing the video, or were you just hearing your voice?
I could see the video down below, but the one up here was frozen.
So I apologize to all of you watching. I don't know why it did that. Tech, right? But at least you could hear it, and hopefully you enjoyed the story, and we'll make sure that you can actually see it. I'm sure Dr. Elena will upload it to her channel. So, any questions from the commenters about the stories you've heard so far, or anything else? So we take care of that for you. I think it's fascinating when we think about that story and how Spirit had to really almost beat you up to get you to listen and to act. And, thank goodness we are in a more enlightened time now where more of us are understanding that we do need to pay attention and take action, which I hope those who are watching have figured out and are doing for their own sakes so that they don't have to get thrown off of an 18,000-foot cliff, because it's amazing how drastic they will go to get what they need accomplished, and walking that fine line of not interfering with our free will. I'm just going to make you want to do what I want you to do. Right?
Yeah, it's like, well, and to me, like I said, I get very frustrated with my guides because a lot of times they do make me do things that I don't want to do, but I know it's in my highest and best interest. But at the same time, like I mentioned in that story, what does happen when you do scream at them, which I found out you really shouldn't do, but not only did I scream at because I was frustrated. There was a point, there's been several points along the way, and I don't know if it's something that a lot of light workers run into, a lot of higher, energy beings on this planet, where you get stuck in patterns. And a lot of it revolves around finances. And I was in one of those in-between spaces. It was before I found out that you could actually file for unemployment if you didn't have a job, or that there were temp agencies out there that would actually find a job for you. I mean, this was like before I knew any of this stuff. And I was in between. I had been working at this place, and Coyote is one of those totems that they're very tricky. Coyotes are very tricky anyway. But when you, like, they sit in the south of the medicine wheel, which is where I have been most of my life. I've recently switched and now I'm sitting up in the north, which is unheard of too. You usually stay in the same space your whole lifetime. So Coyote sits in the south of the medicine wheel because Coyote in the south is all about emotions, emotional healing, emotional issues, especially from childhood, that need to be resolved and healed so that you can move forward. Coyote can show up in two different ways. It can show up as the trickster, or it will show up to get you to laugh at yourself. It's like, hey, you're taking yourself too seriously, lighten up, have some fun. But when it shows up as the trickster, it shows up to tell you to beware or be aware. And I was on my way to work one day, and from a distance, I could see this large animal on the side of the road. From where I was at in the car at the time, it looked like a really big German Shepherd. And I'm like, why is somebody allowing their dog out here? This is Scottsdale. You just don't let your dogs out in the yard, especially that size of a dog, because you don't know whether it's aggressive or anything else. And I kept getting closer, and the closer I got to it, I'm like, I don't think that really is a German Shepherd. It looks kind of like a coyote, but I've never seen a coyote that big. So maybe it really, so I'm back and forth with myself. I pulled up next to it, and he had come out further into the road, and he's like, seriously, do I look like a dog to you? And I was like, not anymore. It's like, bitch, you're awfully big. And I'm like, this is not good if you're showing up on my way to work. And he goes, warning, today isn't going to go as you think it will. And then he turned and left. Turns out he was right. They laid a few of us off. And all of a sudden I was out of a job again. So I was frustrated because, of course, you have bills to pay, you have rent to pay. I had a lease on my townhouse and all this other stuff. And then now no income coming in. Like I said, I at that time didn't know about unemployment. I didn't know there were temp agencies that could get you a job like that. And so I was angry and frustrated because things just didn't seem to be going the way I thought they should be. So I went out to McDowell Mountain for a hike. So it kind of splits Fountain Hills from Scottsdale. And while I was up there, I found a place to sit on the ground, and I just started yelling. And then I got to the point where I was screaming at my guides, "Why are you doing this to me? Why are you not helping me? Where's the money? Why do you keep taking the job away from me?" And literally then I started screaming, and I started calling every single one of them out by name. Not a good idea. Because what they did, they're like, "You need to go up higher up the mountain." And I said, "What the does that have to do with you giving me the answers that I'm looking for? How the heck is going up higher up the mountain supposed to help me?" They're like, "Get up and go up the mountain." So I got up, still trying to figure out how in the heck that was supposed to help me. And I happened to look down because it was very rocky, and I wanted to make sure I didn't twist my ankle or something or fall. I saw a portal right there on the ground. Saw it with my 2 eyes. I could see back then. So, I could see the swirling energy, what do you think I did? Do you think I walked around it to go up the mountain? No, I walked right into the darn thing.
Why?
I have no idea. No idea. I'm still wondering about that. But I did. I was just so angry and frustrated. I saw it there and I walked into it anyway. Now, you might want to know what happened. Me too, because I still have never figured out what happened. But when I came to, I was farther up the mountain, like almost to the top. I was laying on my back, but I was in a lot of pain because my both palms and both knees were embedded with stones. So I know when I came down, I landed on my knees and my hands and then somehow flipped over on my back. So I sat there and I pulled all, and I'm like, what the hell is that all? What going? And after I got all the stones out, I drove back home. I called Serge and told him what happened. And oh my God, after he stopped laughing, he goes, "What were you thinking? You don't ever scream at them or call them out by name." He's like, "You get your butt back up that mountain and you apologize." And I'm like, why? It was like, why should I have to apologize? They're not helping me. And he's like, "Go back up the mountain and apologize." So I did. I went the next weekend because I had to wait because I had found another job in the meantime, but I needed to, wait until the next weekend so that I could go back up there on Saturday. And I did. I went back and very humbly in the same spot, sat there and called them all back in and apologized profusely for my behavior. But to this day, I have no idea what happened when I walked inside that portal.
Did things change after that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they did.
Now you were aware that you had to be more respectful.
Mm-hmm.
And it also, isn't it true that even though you weren't consciously aware of it, they were helping you? You just
they were.
It.
And like they've told me this week when I was doing these videos, they're like, "See, now when you look at you put these actual stories," she goes, "hence why we really want you to write the book. When you put the stories and start, you can see a pattern of the way they were leading me.
Yeah.
By the nose, it feels like sometimes. but when you're in the circumstances, when you're in the throes of what's going on in our little lives, if you want to call them, our human lives, we don't see it. But when you look back at how they guided me, you can definitely see the pattern.
Yeah. And
Where
that's
they
so important for people to hear because they're going through it whether they know it or not. And understanding that helps them to more readily recognize the signs and the guidance that they are receiving so that they can feel better, relax, take action, and get there sooner.
Right.
That's a huge lesson that you can share through those stories.
Yeah, and the more you fight them, I found out the longer it takes you, because if you fight, you're going against your own soul's guidance. Because we set up what we plan to do before we come down here. We already have it, and yes, we're allowed little side jaunts going this way, going that way, going this way. But if you get too far off course, they pull you back to center in one way, shape, or another, because you have a set plan. And like I've been told over and over and over again, this is my last lifetime here. I didn't have to come back this time, but I wanted to be here for the great shift because there's so much that needs to be done, and they needed enough light workers, especially powerful ones that are down here, to hold that light. And that's what Michael keeps telling me over and over again, because I'm like, oh, maybe I need to go help the garbage collectors clean it. No, your job is to hold the light. That's why you are in charge of the pillars of light. Your job is to hold the light on the planet. And I'm like, but, I can do more. No. So it's like, it's like if you don't listen, there's consequences. And if you yell, those consequences can get pretty severe. But again, like I said, they do it with the highest degree of love and light.
Yeah. Well, but the important thing to always remember is that even though it doesn't feel like it, even though you don't see it, they are working on your behalf all the time. So if you can accept that truth, then be open to seeing the signs. That's a game changer. And especially now, it is so important for people to understand that.
Yeah. They always are there for the highest, and that's what they tell you. We are here to support you, to love you in the highest degree of love and light. And the only time they will interfere to stop anything bad from happening is if it would be before your time. It's like one of your non-exit points that wasn't, because accidents do happen. Things do happen. This is Earth, so we don't orchestrate everything, but the big things we have a plan for. It's like we're like with mine, they knew I was supposed to be doing the metaphysical and the shamanic work because that's what the soul is a shaman, and whatever else she is or he is or whatever. I've been told some things and I'm like, yeah, whatever, okay. But life still happens. So there are things, because I even have issues with that sometimes where things will happen and I'm like, I don't get it. Why would somebody choose that? And it could be that they didn't choose it. It's just one of those things that happens. I won't say accidentally, but it's just life sometimes happens.
Well, I imagine they have probably saved our bacon more times than we even have a clue. We just aren't aware. There was a time when I was young where I was driving home from visiting my grandma in Michigan, and I'd been up all night, no sleep. kept nodding off while I was driving. And one time I felt it. I went to sleep, and I was really deeply asleep. And I'm driving on the interstate at like 65. All of a sudden, I felt a hand on my shoulder. It woke me up. And that allowed me, just before I was about to go off of a curve into a bunch of trees, to get myself back on the road and be safe. And then the voice came, my child, it's not yet your time.
Mm-hmm.
And in that moment, I had to wonder, you know, a lot of people don't get saved in those moments. So why was I saved, and what did that mean? And that actually started me investigating and being curious about what was the spiritual purpose of all of this.
Mm-hmm.
So they will do things like that, and they will help guide us in that direction. But then it's up to us to take the action. And that's the huge part that's missing so very often. So I think for a lot of people who are, as you mentioned, you're frustrated. Where's the money? I've got to pay my bills. I lost my job. And, railing at divine, where is it? Well, they're right there holding the answers to you. If you will just stop and center yourself, look for the answers, and then take that inspired action, it will change your life.
Absolutely. And one of the things I also was taught, it took me a little while to get it. Because when I was working at Vision Quest, one of the guys that worked there, he was the massage therapist, and he also taught some other metaphysical classes. But every time I would say, well, I gotta get a better paid job. I need to earn money. Or make money. And he's like, would you stop saying that? And I'm like, why? I need to make some money. I have bills to pay. I have rent to pay. And he says, you cannot make money. He says, because if you're making money, they're going to put you in prison, because the only way you can make money is counterfeit. And I sat there and I was like, huh? I mean, it took me a while to get it. And he goes, words have energy. So you cannot make money. You can earn it, but you can't make it unless you want to go to prison. And the friend that I'm staying with right now, we've been discussing it over the last few weeks, is because even saying earn money is kind of tightening the grip a bit, because there's more ways of bringing money in to your life, more ways of bringing prosperity in than actually earning it. You can find it, you can be gifted it, you can, there's all different. So you don't want to close down the energy field by thinking that the only way you can be prosperous is to earn it, because there's more ways of it coming into anybody's life than just earning it. But you definitely can't, definitely using the word make, there's a huge energy difference. One is highly illegal and the other one it's a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, earlier we talked about, the challenges that you've gone through to walk this path, and the traumas that you've had to overcome. And one of the stories that I remember so vividly is when you nearly died, when you were strangled. Are you okay with sharing that story? Because it feels like this is a good place for it.
Sure. I think I've finally gotten over it. Well, actually, even being here brought it up again. I thought I had gotten over it, and being here actually re-triggered it. Because, well, anyway, so I was working for Kelly Services at the time in Phoenix, and they had put me in a position as a medical records clerk in a place called APCPT. I think that's what it was. It was all initials, but it basically was Arizona Arizona. It was a place where when sex offenders are released from prison because their term is up, if the judge deems them, because there's different levels of a sex offender, they can be level 1, 2, 3, I think, and 5. If they're a level 5 offender, that means they are the worst of the worst. When their time is up in prison, they do not put them back out on the street. What they do, and at the time there was I think only 7, there might have been 9, but it was, very small amount of these centers throughout the United States. And one of them happened to be in Phoenix. And it literally was like working in a prison. They had 13-foot razor wire, it's and people still tried to escape. And it's like, are you serious? Why would you crawl up that and try to crawl over it? Because it'll rip you to shreds. And we had guards there that were armed just in case. And there were 2 sections. You had the section for the rapists and molesters and stuff like that. And then there was another building that held the child molesters. So they kept them separate because, as in prison, they will attack each other because they have a weird code of justice. If you're a rapist, the child molesters can't stand you because you're messing with a woman, because the only way you're going to get a child for them to molest is if the women are out there. I mean, it's a very weird when you talk to them or listen to them. Yeah, it's a weird, but they do have a code of justice. Anyway, so I was working as a medical records clerk, and even our office was locked. You had to have a key to get in and out. And every time the guys would have to come over for medication, because most of them were on some type of medication to cure their, or to curb it or get rid of it, and they also had to see a psychiatrist, and have their medications adjusted and stuff like that. But the nurses, and they were psych nurses, and it was a psychiatrist that actually they had to see. Well, I don't remember if he came in after I'd started working there or if he had been brought in shortly before I started. But there was a guy there. His name was Jeffrey Gooden. Big black guy. Very scary. And most of the time I would read their jackets when they came in, so I knew kind of what I was up against, knew who to kind of, you could say hi to and who to stay away from, But whenever they brought them in for their meds, I would always make sure the door was closed and locked so that they couldn't get in. And then, of course, anytime one of the nurses came in and out, they had to use their key. Anytime one of the counselors came out, they were supposed to. And unfortunately, what a lot of them would do is, because they had to keep going in to make paper or copies and stuff like that, they would unlock the door so that they could go in and out without having to use their key all the time. Well, the head nurse and I were at lunch when they brought over the first group of guys one day. And we came back. They took that group back, and they were, brought the next group in, and they were headed back. So we were finished lunch. I went back to the main office. Annette went back to her office because she had to make a couple phone calls. And I'm sitting there. I had just finished washing my dishes from lunch, and I had just gone back to my computer to turn it on to go back to work. When I saw the door, and the office had those big partitions that, even when you're sitting down, they're way up above your head, so you can't see over top of them. But I could see the door starting to open. And I thought it was Annette coming in, because sometimes she came in pushing a cart with other stuff on it, or I thought maybe it was the other nurse coming back in between the 2 visits to refill up something and pushing a cart. So I really didn't think much of it. And I'm like, but I called out Annette's name and said, hey, do you need help? You know, because I could see the door opening slowly, which it shouldn't have opened at all unless you had a key. So I wasn't fearful yet. But she didn't say anything. And I'm like, well, maybe there's still too much of her out in the other room. And she was still trying to get the cart to, you know, instead of standing in front of it and pulling it in, she was trying to push it in, which I thought was weird, but oh well. So I finally got up because I was going to walk around the partition to see what the heck was taking her so long and if she needed help. And that's when he came running around the corner. And I was just like, oh, you know, it was like, holy shit. He, poof, like this, hit and punched me in the eye, sent me flying backwards in my chair, you know, one of these rolly chairs. I went flying back, hit the wall, and he immediately had his hand around my throat. And I'm telling you, I mean, that hand was huge. And he started squeezing and squeezing at the same time while he was trying to lift up my t-shirt so he could get to my pants. Now, just a little caveat, the police had been there the Friday before because he had raped his roommate. And he did it was bad. So he should never have been still there in the first place. They should have had him rearrested and sent back to prison right then and there. And the cops that showed up eventually when the guards called them, they were like, why didn't they? Because that's what they were, and that's what they were questioning. I started screaming, which according to the doctor, I should not have been able to do because this man used what they call a death grip. And it's literally made to kill you. And the more he pushed on my neck, the louder I could scream. The two nurses in the building with me supposedly never heard a word. Rama had gone out because he was one of the guys that had taken the guys back after their med things. He heard my screams outside. He looked around because they were counting heads as they were putting him back in, and he realized Gooden was missing. He came running back to the med building. He could hear my screams outside. So he came racing in, threw the door open, called on the walkie-talkie, like real quick, you know, attack med building, you know, guards. And then he jumped on Gooden trying to get him off of me. But what I had done is when he first hit me, I called in Archangel Michael and the Warriors of Light for protection. And we believe that that is what allowed me to scream because the doctor, when they examined my throat, she said, there's no way you could have made a sound. My throat was so crushed and so swollen. She goes, you couldn't have made a sound. That's why the nurses didn't hear you. But Rama could hear me outside and knew to come to my rescue like fast. And of course, once the cops got there, they were looking in the room and they're like, and I'm like, what are you guys looking for? And they're like, there's no cameras in here. He goes, why didn't you just pull out your gun and shoot the MFer? And one of the guards said, if I would have been here first, he goes, yeah, he'd be dead. You'd be carting out a dead body. The cops showed up, had to go through this whole thing. They were like, they went to clean underneath my nails because he complained that I scratched him and he wanted to file charges.
Wow.
Well, they came back to clean out my fingernails and there was nothing underneath them. And they're like, I've never seen such clean fingernails. I'm like, oh, I just washed my dishes. And I said, I wasn't I didn't touch him. I said, my arms were on the arms of the chair and I was scooted up with my legs in between me. And I said, if you want to check his balls for bruising, then you're going to find bruising. I said, because I was kicking the crap out of him to try to keep him off of me and pushed away. And they just laugh, but they are like, well, yeah, but he literally complained. And his comments all the way out to the police car as they escorted him out. I can't believe she fought back. Nobody fights back. I can't believe she fought back. I'm like, literally, you think I'm going to let you kill me and rape me? I don't think so. But what it did was trigger what had happened to me as a child, because it was like, I had that in me that nobody touches me without my permission. I was abused enough. You're not going to get away with it. And what happened? And they threatened to fire me if I didn't come back to work the next day. Kelly Services did. Because she realized they were never supposed to have taken that assignment in the first place, because they didn't carry enough malpractice insurance or medical coverage. So it should have been under Kelly Medical, not just regular Kelly Services. And she knew she was in trouble and she knew she was going to get fired or, something. Well, I did get her fired because I went above her head and turned her into somebody that I knew that was a regional manager for Kelly Services. So she did get fired. But I did send him back to prison for 9.5 more years. But the guy who did the report, because I was in South Dakota at the time, because I couldn't heal in Phoenix. I couldn't stay there, because every time I saw where I lived, there was a lot of Black people that lived in that area. And every time I saw one walking toward me, I just freeze up and like, oh my God, are you going to attack me? And it was just like, you can't live that way. And of course, I still had a lot of neck issues and neck problems. And the doctor had told me that when it started to heal, I was going to be in excruciating pain. Yeah. You can't even describe the pain that was there when the swelling, it took about 6 months to start going down. And then they could actually see what kind of damage, it just crushed the heck out of the cartilage. And, but if it hadn't been for calling that quick thinking of immediately calling on Archangel Michael and the warriors, that's probably where I would have ended. But again, I had to call out for help. It's like, help, protect me. And even though I did it in my mind, I knew they could hear me, and they did.
Yeah, they always do.
Mm-hmm.
But beyond,
so I'm still here to get into more mischief.
Beyond that story, though, after the childhood trauma, now you've got this trauma of a near-death experience.
Mm-hmm.
And that also impacted your ability to do your work for some period of time.
Yeah, many years. Yep. So that's why I question spirit all the time, because it's like, what am I here? Why am I choosing to go through all of this stuff? It's not just to turn around and help one person, or maybe hope you help one person who might experience the same thing. There's got to be a bigger picture. And I was talking about it once at a spiritual fair or psychic fair or whatever they were calling them at the time. And I was telling some of these stories. And of course, like how when you're in person, you end up gathering a group because people hear what you're talking about. And one lady finally asked me, she goes, oh my God, everything you've went through and everything that you have experienced and learned, it needs to be all put into a book where we can just go to like an encyclopedia, or we can just go to the book. We're experiencing this. There it is. And we can read all about it and how to get through it. And she goes, but they don't have such a book like that. And out of my mouth popped, I'm still writing it. And I was like, say, what? What are you talking about? I'm not writing a book about that, So that's how I started developing transformational awakening, is writing that book of, let's see. Haha. This is the notebook. So it's called Transformational Awakening. And I changed, they had given me one spot before, and then they finally changed it because it was called A Shaman's Path to Ascension. But they changed this other spot with Connecting with Spirit, Nature, and Our Innate Ability to Heal. So I have been gathering all these things and typing them up and writing them. Ouch. All the way from the very beginning. Oh, that's my acknowledgments page. So I've been working on this for a while, where it talks about the beginning. This is a story that started strange and it still continues to be strange. Talking about the experiences with the bear, the mountain lion, and a lot of them not only are going to be in this book, which I haven't been able to work on because I haven't been able to see. And now, for the first time in almost over a year, I can actually read the words on here, which I think is phenomenal because it's been a black blur. So yes, it's a book about everything I have gone through and how, with the help of Spirit, that I have gone and survived all of it's almost like Serge had told me one thing. He says, when you decided this was really going to be your last lifetime here, you just decided to throw everything into the pot and do it all at once and get it done so you don't have to come back.
Yeah, well, that's kind of where I was wondering about. It's like, okay, you come in, you clearly have a specific mission above and beyond. You are following the path. You are paying attention with a few detours. And yet these horrific things still happen. It's almost like, what was the thought of that soul coming in and lining itself up for these massive obstacles?
Mm-hmm.
And I think the answer has to do with the fact that because we're going into a massive transformation, and it was part of the preparation. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I don't know, right now, still a lot of things don't make sense to me, and I keep questioning. Because that's so, and then what Spirit comes back and does, because I'm like, I'm not getting the answers I'm looking for. And they're like, because you're not asking the right questions. And I said, well, what are the questions? Give me the question and I'll ask it. So then they started giving me the questions. And I would ask the question and I would get an answer. And I'm like, you mean it was that simple all along? You just have to ask what the question that you're supposed to ask is before you'll give me the answer. But you forget that there are certain ways that we have to ask the question. And I forget that all the time because it's like, I just want answers, tell me what the heck, why this happened. Why am I seeing this? Don't make me have to think. It's like, I've done enough of that. Wait a minute, I'm missing a brain. Come on, So that's one of the things I've been working on as well, is like, okay, if we can heal the eyes, so we know we did. So I'm assuming, hopefully rightfully, that once they do the surgery on this one, that it'll also go back to the 20/25 vision or better.
Yes, please.
Because I've been also asking them to fix what's in here.
Mm-hmm.
So that I have more use of the left side of the brain. So that the right side, that little tiny piece that's sitting up here with all the electrodes going, I mean, it was amazing to watch on the MRI, the amount of activity that comes out of that piece. And I have started noticing a difference. That one of the things in my business that I've had very hard time with is tech stuff, especially with computers, because I just don't get a lot of it. And all of a sudden, I'm able to figure this out without hunting down. I'm like, oh, let's try that. Nope, not that one. So let's push this button and see what, oh, wow. Huh. And it's starting to become way easier. So I have to be careful because I can't touch the eye itself, but it feels like something's in it. So my hope is, like, I have for this eye, I had the antibiotic I'll be finished with tomorrow. I still have to take this one or put in there for a while longer. This one is the Predna, whatever they call it. Let's see. So the moxifloxacin is the antibiotic. So I'll be finished with that tomorrow. And then I still have to take the prednisolone acetate for a while. But a week from today, I start putting the antibiotic in this eye, because then the surgery for the right eye will be on the 9th.
Oh, I just want to insert here for people who joined us later. Earlier in our conversation, Elena talked about she had the surgery on her left eye a week ago, and this miraculous recovery that she now has 20/25 vision in that eye, which is better than it was before she had the surgery. So it's unheard of. Mm-hmm. It is definitely a divine providence that's been helping, despite the fact that she had to have surgery. But there are more things going on. It's a deep, twisted story, and you'll hear it all earlier if you go back and listen to the replay. So sorry, I interrupted you.
That's okay. I was probably babbling anyway. So yeah, it's my intent is that the second one is just as good, if not better, than the first one went, because that one shocked me. I was not expecting to walk out of that surgery center and be able to see so clearly. And obviously the ophthalmologists weren't either, because they're like, your eye should be still very blurry. You shouldn't be able to see anything. So I know Spirit's behind it, and I know all the healing work that has led up to it did. So again, even though I was yelling at Latsu and Spirit for not healing my eyes, they actually did heal my eyes.
Yeah. And they didn't hold it against you.
No, they don't. Unlike us who have egos and can get hurt, they don't. They're just like, we told, and that's what Latsu said. I told you they were healed. It was like,
and, it's also so that you can share this story with people who have similar issues, and they're going through their own challenges, so that they can find hope and realize that there are answers if they will think outside the box and they will work with their divine team.
Right. And it's like Spirit's been telling me for the last couple weeks, it's time to disconnect from the matrix. Because it's the matrix that holds people down. It holds us in fear. So it's like, again, you don't want to cut the cords to it, but you release them with love and you rise above that energy, because it no longer serves. Because as spiritual beings, we can do so much that we have no idea yet on what we're capable of.
Yeah. Well, they keep telling me that our bodies were made to heal themselves. So we just got to get over ourselves, believe it, trust it, and then take the action that we're inspired to take.
Well, and with me, it's been because I was so dead set again. No, nobody's going to cut into my eye. What if I lose my eyeball? What if I go to sleep and I wake up without an eye? I mean, that's how insidious your ego can be. Oh, yeah. They're going to screw up. They're going to sneeze right when they're trying to take it out, and they're going to cut my eyeball out. Yeah. I mean, it was like, so, and I was like dead set, like, no, nobody's going to cut into my eye. So for me, it's a lesson of, yes, holistic medicine and allopathic medicine do work together. And the results can be phenomenal.
Yeah, they can, if you can stay out of fear,
Mm-hmm.
follow through, use your guidance. Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, I have to admit, I was scared at one point on Tuesday after the surgery because I came home. Okay, I could see crystal clear. I mean, it was just amazing how clear I could see. Came downstairs, finished eating lunch, fell asleep. You know, which is normal, especially after you've had surgery. You're gonna you need to sleep. Your body needs to sleep to heal. Well, when I woke up, I was sleeping on the side of the bed that as the day goes by, the sun heads that way across the window. And when I woke up, the sun was shining right where my head was. I opened up my eyes and freaked out because there was nothing. It was pure black. And I was like, oh, and again, there was after, oh my God, see, I knew they took my eyeball out. Because there was, I mean, I couldn't see anything. It was, and so I was groping on the bed, like, where are those glasses? Where are those glasses? Found the glasses, put them on. I'm like, oh yeah, right, cool. There they are. Yep, there's the walls, there's everything. But the pupil was still so huge that so much light went into it, I couldn't see anything. So I know ahead of time, I either don't fall asleep on that side of the bed after I come back from the next one, or like wait to open your eyes until you're not staring out the window when you wake up, where you end up blinding yourself. But yeah, that was about the only bad thing. Other than that, it's like there's absolutely no pain. It was when I first started, because there's like three things you have to put in your eyes. This is the antibiotic, which you start like 2 days before the surgery. And this will be the last one in this eye that I have to take tomorrow. But then they also have you use the refresh. There's another one I think they let you use too, but this is the one my optometrist said to use. And then the surgeon said this one as well. So that's what I got. And then there's this one, which is the prednisone acetate or whatever it is. So the only discomfort I really felt was putting these in my eyes right after surgery, because you could feel when it hit the incision, it stung. It was like, ouch. But that was it. There's no pain. There was some swelling. And of course, they had my face marked up. There was a big X above this thing, and then he had another X over here, which was hard to get off my face. I don't know what he used, but I was walking around with a big X above my eye for a few days because I couldn't.
I saw that. You sent a picture. There was above your eyebrow, and then on the side there was something.
Yeah. Because what happens is you're not allowed to take a shower for 3 days afterwards, because they don't want any water hitting you in the face. So unless you can figure out how to take a shower from the neck down, you can't take one. You're not allowed to bend over. So I had to grab Bearheart stuff, put it in little baggies, and put it up on the windowsill so that I could feed him and give him treats, because you're not allowed to bend over. So you can't clean anything. You can't vacuum and stuff like that. And you're not, of course, allowed to lift anything heavy, which I'm not doing anyway. So there are some restrictions because, and you can't sleep on. So whatever side they do surgery on, you're not allowed to sleep on that side, because they have to wait for that lens and the tissue to connect with each other so that the lens doesn't slide. So you either have to sleep on your back or you sleep on the other side. So that I had to get used to that because, of course, this is my favorite side to sleep on. And they're like, no, you can't. I'm like, oh. So,
Next time you will.
yeah. So when they do this side, I'll actually be able to sleep again on that side. But so those
Well,
are the
what are you
medication.
most looking forward to after you have the neck surgery and you've got more than perfect vision and you're ready to begin that next new chapter? What are you most
Well, first,
excited about?
well, like when they ask these football players and basketball players, you just won the Super Bowl, you just won whatever. Where are you going to go? And they all say Disney World. Oh, there's a buffalo farm not too far from from here. It's about an hour north of here. And this one, you can pay, I think it's like $15 or $18 where you can take a tour. So you get in one of those safari jeeps that are open, and they drive you right out into the herd. And I'm like, yes, that's what I'm going to do, because I'll actually be able to drive up there for one, which will allow me to see a little bit more of this area, because the whole intent is once I can actually see again and I get through that final one on December 17th, which is when the final second follow-up for the right eye is after the surgery. I'm working with that agency that I mentioned earlier back in Phoenix to get a job. And so that's what the whole idea is, to be able to get back on the road again, head back, get a place to live, and start working so that I can fill up my bank accounts again. Yes, I'm retired, but yes, apparently not. It's not time to close things down. I mean,
Well,
even
the the rents are outrageous, so you've got to find a way
yeah,
to manage that.
exactly. So, and that way it'll give me a safe place for Bearheart and myself, with income coming in along with the Social Security, but it'll also give me a safe place where I can get my stuff out of storage, because it's been in storage for a year and a half now, where I can actually get back to doing the writing, doing the jewelry making, doing the craft stuff. And I haven't even been able to put my stuff up on Etsy like I wanted to, and Spirit's been telling me to, because I wasn't able to see, like with Etsy or Tido or any of these platforms, you have to be able to see what you're doing and type in the description of what you're making. You have to be able to take good pictures. Well, if you can't see, it's hard to do.
Yeah.
So I'll actually be able to do that. Plus, I'll have access to more of the, because I only have a few of the jewelry pieces, the last ones I made before I left Tucson. But all the rest of it is still in storage.
So let me ask you, you have this extra challenge because periodically spirit will guide you to pick up and go somewhere else to do the work. So that's kind of an unfair ask when rents are so unstable and so sky high that it's really hard to be able to even get an apartment, let alone have to shift and move. So can you work out a deal with them where you can stay in one place and do the work remotely, maybe?
Well, actually, what I was told yesterday, because I was asking the same question, I said, this is getting a little ridiculous. I mean, I admit, being in Tucson, the rents were getting a little steep, especially on just, Social Security. It wasn't covering that, plus the bills. Sometimes you just want to kick them when they give you the answer, because they were like, you could have actually stayed in Tucson and found a cheaper place to live, because there were cheaper places to live. But they said, even going back now, because there's still a lot of work to do in the Arizona area. And of course, it reaches out, because everything I do is globally, pretty much, unless somebody comes directly to me in person. They're like, we're still going to ask you to go to places, but we never told you had to give up your apartment to do it. So it doesn't mean we want, so it didn't mean, well, we need to send you to, I don't know, Arkansas or North Carolina or wherever, Tennessee, where else did I go last year? Oklahoma. You don't need to move from the state you're in to do the work there. So stay put. Quit trying to leave Arizona, because we are, even though I've cleared up the thing with Cathedral Rock and I got the song back and all that, and there really wasn't the pull to go back. That's why I was arguing with Bearheart, because I'm like, you sure you don't want to go back to Nevada? How about to Colorado? How about maybe here? And he was like, no, Arizona. And I was like, oh my God. So I could already feel the difference, that it wasn't that, oh my God, I have to go back to Arizona. It's like, okay, obviously that's where I'm needed, because again, that's where he said he wanted to go. And as soon as I said, well, okay, if that's where we're supposed to be, we will. That's when this agency called me or sent me an email, and I was going to ignore it like I normally do. But I wrote her back and said, well, I can't. I said, for one, I don't want a manager position, because I'm finished with that part of my career. I don't want that much responsibility anymore. But I can't do anything because I'm getting ready to go through surgery on both my eyes. So I won't be available until the middle of December. And she goes, oh, not a problem. We'll work with you. And then she scheduled an in-person interview, and she brought in one of the other people and had an interview. She's already called my references, and they gave out. My one friend was like, oh yeah, she said, I told them how crappy you were and that you were a pain in the ass to work with. And I'm like, cool. That's what I usually do when people call me for a reference. and she just started laughing. And then she goes, and it's so cool that it was the Addison group, because she goes, they're the ones who just found me my new job, which I didn't know. So I already had an in with them. So they've already called my references. They're already, I mean, they pay more attention to me than Kelly Services ever did or Robert Half ever did. It's like, are you okay? Do you need anything? How soon do you think you can be here? What part of town do you think you might want to live in? And I was like, wherever I can find the least expensive apartment where I know I'm going to be safe. And so I'm actually looking forward to going back to work, because it's also going to help me continue my spiritual work. Because that doesn't stop.
Right. For those people who don't know, because they're not in that line of work, it's rare that somebody in the spiritual field is actually making a living just from the spiritual work. Mm-hmm. Probably the majority that I've met all have jobs to support the spiritual work, which is really a sad statement, because we should value the spiritual work more, supporting these people through using their services so that they don't have to work two jobs. But it's a fact of life right now. So what we're hoping to do with this fundraiser is just to give her a boost so she can get into an apartment, get settled, catch up with what's owed, because she's going to have bills from the surgery and the travel to get back there, and get her started on this next chapter. But we also want her to have a little cushion so that she can dedicate time to getting these books out, sharing the stories that people need to hear, so they really understand, because people are awakening left and right. Mm-hmm. They need guidance. They need to hear the stories about the progression, what they might expect, how to recognize when your guides are talking to you, the whole ball of wax that you who are listening have probably been through. So with all the love we can muster as a Lightworker community, that's our mission right now, to raise a nice little cushion for her to settle into that new chapter and really hit the ground running, because she's gone through the trauma, she's gone through the challenges, now the blindness, and she is ready to step up to the next higher level of authority, doing the work as we move to Earthtopia. And honestly and truly doing a lot of work on behalf of those of us who are not able to put that much time into it. So thank you, Dr. Elaine.
I was just noticing the comments um, where Denise was saying for some reason she started singing on the road again. And that's so funny because that's actually one of my playlists that I have on YouTube about my journeys that I've been doing on the road again. And so it's like, as I've been traveling to these different spots, I show people where I'm at, whether it's in a campground, whether it's hiking, where the campground is. And it's so funny because I actually had people reach out to me and they're like, because of your video that you had in on the road again, we went to that campground and it's exactly like you described it. So they were planning their trips around the videos that I was showing on my on the road again videos.
That is
So that's
awesome.
yeah, so that was kind of cool because they were like, one of them actually reached out and like, what road did you say I needed to take? What exit was that? So I told them, and I think it was the turquoise trail that they were looking for, and that's exactly where they ended up camped for a few weeks.
Yeah, and you know, it's really inconsiderate of Spirit to take you on that journey during the summertime in the desert, traveling with a cat,
And
because you
it
had
was.
so many horrific challenges. I'm
Mhm.
thinking of the time when there was a flood and you were on lower ground and your tent got flooded and everything got soaked. And there
Yep.
you are with your car, your tent, and your cat. I mean, it's not a life I would choose.
No, and well, I didn't choose it either because when I actually left Oklahoma and headed back to New Mexico, the whole intent was to get an apartment, a job, and get my stuff out of storage and stay in the Albuquerque area. But that's apparently was not supposed to happen. And so then it was a matter of, well, where can I stay? Because I didn't want to use up all my Social Security because the rents I found out in Albuquerque were worse than they were in Tucson.
Yeah,
And
more
it
than
was,
your entire check.
yeah,
Yeah. And that's a sad fact for a lot of retirees right now.
yes. You'd figure after 47 years of working, I would have more money than that coming in. But you have to remember when I started working when I was 16, I was making $1.25 an hour. You
Well,
know,
but you've also taken this spiritual journey that took you away from some jobs that were quite lucrative to do the
mm-hmm.
spiritual work. And so you have to like look at Spirit and say, you know, WTF were you thinking?
Exactly.
Why? Why, if I'm here willing to serve and do all of this and go where you tell me to go, why are you making it so hard?
Yeah.
But I think there's a lesson and a nugget to be shared with the world that will ultimately bless you. And as you said, you're doing it all, putting it on the table because this is the last lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
That may or
Yeah,
may not be true. We will see.
I've had, I've had enough of planet Earth for a while. Yeah, it's like, but a lot of us chose, like, I didn't even have to come back this time. I chose to because I wanted to be here during the great shift. Because
Yeah.
on the spiritual side, we knew it was happening in our lifetime. And it's something that has not been, you have to remember, we only switch into the age of Aquarius every 26,000 years. So the rest of the time it's masculine energy and who wants to be here then? I mean, I have been because I was part of the Crusades. I was part of a lot of these wars and stuff that we did. But I wanted to be here when we literally shifted into the age of Aquarius so we could see the breaking down of the masculine energy. We could see the breaking down of this, you have to do what I said because I'm a man. Well, no, we don't. Feminine energy rules with love, empathy, compassion, love, which is something the masculine energy is still not gotten, that you can rule better instead of putting your thumb on everybody and saying, you will do what I say. It's like, no, we do it with love and compassion. You think of the other person. It's basically taking it back to the way the native peoples in just about every country lived. You lived with a tribe of people, and everybody took care of the children and everybody took care of the elders. We don't do that anymore under masculine rule. It's like, we'll just put you in a home somewhere and who cares? But that's not the way humans are meant to live. We are meant to live, not separately, but in a community.
Yeah, and that's what we're doing here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're building a community of light workers or love workers, however you want to look at it, because it is our job, our responsibility to bring balance onto Earth and usher in that golden age.
Yeah, please soon. We really need it.
Yes. And that's part of, I think, of why the eyes happened when they did, is because, again, like I've been told, she will be shifting and finished at the end of the year. So when you go into 2026, it will be with new vision, new sight, a new you. And I think that's going to be true for a lot of people.
Gosh, I hope that is true. And it would feel aligned because we're starting that new cycle, new beginnings. That's what Metatron's been talking about.
Yeah,
Very exciting.
Back into the east of the medicine wheel, where you're starting a 1 year, the first of the year cycle again, which is all about new beginnings, which is what the east of the medicine wheel is all about.
Because we are starting that new cycle, if you could work it in, it would be a great time to offer the medicine wheel course.
I gotta get it finished first.
Well, now that you'll be able to see, you could do that. But the timing feels really good.
Yes. And that's part of also one of the reasons why Spirit has been having me work a lot on creating new meditations, which, again, in order to get them finished. So I have the scripts, they're ready to be recorded. And it is about releasing fear, about releasing anger, about releasing or doing forgiveness, and then learning how to walk the sacred path of beauty. But I need my keyboard in order to finish them, because I asked Chatty to help me design these so that I could not only use my drums, my rattles, my tingshes, but keyboard. And that is why I had bought it, because I had originally wanted my dad's, because he had an awesome keyboard. But I'm pretty sure my brother threw it away when he tossed everything out of their house after my mom died. So I went out and bought my own, but it's in storage. Pretty much like my whole life is in storage.
That will soon be changing.
So these meditations are going to be, and then I'm also going to be offering new moon meditations where people can join me on the full moon. I'm going to start them like on the full moon, where people can join me live, and then they'll get the recorded version of it to listen to later if they want to, and start doing the kind of like the full moon meditation healing circles that Serge and I used to do at A Piece of the Universe. And eventually I might add in the new moons from what Spirit has said. And they also want me adding in the equinox and the solstices eventually as well. So there's a lot of things in the works. I just have to get to that point where I can actually see what I'm trying to write. Because there's a point, like you can use Google Docs to talk things in, which is what I've been doing. But if you can't read what you typed, it doesn't help.
Yeah, I've struggled with that with my video editing, because I can hear it, but I can't always clearly make out the words, the noise. And it's like, you want me to do the work? I need an assist here. Yeah, it's the same concept. And, God willing, this is temporary, and we'll both be at 100% soon, and we can just go blazing into 2026. So I just
Absolutely.
posted your YouTube channel again so that people can subscribe to be notified. Oh, it cut it up. All right, we put it in again. They can
I was
subscribe
like,
to be
huh?
notified. Yeah, it ran out of characters. So
Oh,
they can be notified when you post those meditations. And,
oh yeah.
in December, we've got is it solstice or equinox? One of those two coming up.
Solstice.
Solstice, okay. So you'll
Mhm.
probably have something special for that they might want to take advantage of. And
Well, it
also,
depends on.
you'll let them know about the pillars of light on the channel. They can, stay up to date with that. And if you want to be a part of the pillars of light, just reach out on the channel to Dr. Elena and you can join them to do this amazing work so that you can really be a part of the transformation of our world.
Yeah, the every time I put out a video, if you go into the description, the link to because what I did with the pillars of light, I just put an information form for people to fill out their name and their email address, and then I get in touch with them and let them know a little bit about. And there's a video that actually I have that they can go watch. It's private, so that if I know that they're interested and they want to see it, I can give them the link to go watch it, because it was Archangel Michael's directive of the original and what it's changing into. But if they do join us, I also have a thing that Archangel Michael had me redo. It was something that Serge gave me years and years and years ago. Lynn Grabhorn had written a book called Dear God. And in it, she had a bunch of directives that she had been given. Well, Michael took those directives and he took some of them out and he added quite a few more, and he changed the words and he changed the description. And he's like, this is what it needs to actually be. It's updated, it's different, has more energy to it. And he added, because she didn't have anything in it about pets or farm animals, and he goes, nope, we have to have the pets and the farm animals in there. And I was like, okay. And so he put a directive on that. But what it does is helps clear a person's energy field. It helps clear their animals, the places that they live in, of any dark entities. It also clears your field if you have any guides, because sometimes when you're working, especially very closely with spirit, dark entities can disguise themselves as light beings. And if you're not careful and you start following them, they're going to take you down a very nasty path. And so what these directives do is clear your field, clear your guides of any entities that are not of the light, and it removes them and replaces them with entities of light. And you can do that with your family members. You can do it with your home, your pets, your animals. And then Archangel Michael added in, once all this was done, he brought in a directive to include Saint Germain and the violet flame to burn everything off of you once the directives were said. So it was really kind of cool how he updated it and changed it to make it more his. So I send them that as well if they decide to join us.
Awesome. So that's a nice little treasure trove you've got for them.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost 4 o'clock, so I'm thinking now would probably be a good time to shift over to the recording you made for us about the megaphone to the ear story, which is really funny. I think people will enjoy that. And
That
meanwhile,
was
if you
funny.
have questions, please put them into chat and we'll get your questions when we come back. Before we go, I just want to answer Linda's question because that's still remaining. She asked, would acupuncture be beneficial to help ease neck and shoulder stiffness and pain? So I would say yes, but I will ask your team. So for Linda, right now, is it optimal for her to use acupuncture to help with her neck issues? Would that be an optimal choice for Linda? They're saying no, Linda. Well, kind of. It's like they're wishy-washy about it. So it's not the perfect thing. Okay, so is there something else that would be more beneficial to do in the interim? They're saying that it's some stuck energy. So, yeah, acupuncture can give you temporary relief, but until you examine what that stuck energy is about and you consciously release it, it's going to remain a problem. It'll, coming in and out. So, what kind of help does she need to release that? Is that something she can do on her own? No, she's going to need help. Okay. So, like, would Reiki be helpful? It might be enough, but you might need more than Reiki. Now, this is interesting. Linda, they're recommending you check with an Ayurvedic practitioner. There's some combination that they can bring to you. Maybe, is it in addition to the Reiki? Is that what you're saying? Reiki and Ayurvedic? That would be a good combo, they're saying. So you want to address it from both aspects, from the metaphysical as well as, the physical. Yeah, I hope that makes sense because it was a little convoluted. But yeah, so to answer your question, it can give you temporary relief, but there's a deeper issue there that's wanting to come out, and that's why it's bothering you. So I hope that makes sense.
And I got something on that. It's you don't want to use acupuncture, but you want to use acupressure. There's a big difference. So the acupressure points, because there's points that you can literally push on, and using your feet is the best way to do it, because all your meridians end up in your feet. And once you clear the meridians, and actually, and I might have it here with me. I'll have to look. I might even have it in my files. I actually have a chart that I made for Serge for our Shaman's Touch books that lists the different meridians, but also the pressure points in the feet, where if you push them, it will actually do a lot of healing work. So reach out to me and I will try to get you I'll see if I have it with me. It might be in storage, but I think I know I have some of the Shaman's Touch books with me that I should be able to send that to you. So just reach out to me and remind me, and I will get it over to you.
Okay, and there's a question from Harp Fiddle that this might be a really good question for you to answer. What do you think? Oh, I can put it on the screen so you can see it. How about that?
Oh, no, I can read it.
Okay.
It was kind of long, so I was like, huh? Okay, how to heal those chronically Epstein-Barr.
And yes, we are going to continue answering questions as long as we're here, so don't be shy about putting them in. But we are asking that you give a love gift to Dr. Elena, and we're happy to do readings for you. Just specify if you want her or me to do it specifically. Oh, so Linda, you have been interested in Ayurvedic medicine. That's awesome. And meridian exercises from Qigong. Yeah, those all sound great.
Okay, let's see. How to heal chronic stage Epstein-Barr. Okay, the Epstein-Barr one is going to take a little bit because there is, Marianne, there is something that can be done, and they're talking about it being finding the root cause, because there was a root cause. So And in this kind of environment, it's going to be a little hard to tap in because I'm going to have to do a little journey to go back to the root of the Epstein Barr, why it started, because there was a reason why it started. So, and yes, but there is, oh, hold on, I got to put these on again. There is a way to heal it. Yes. So, we can talk about it either on Tuesday, or if I can get the information done before then, I will email you and let you know what they want you to do or what I can do.
Awesome. Okay, so I see Marcelina is going to ask a second question, which is fine. But we're going to pause now to give Dr. Elena a break, because remember, we don't want to strain her eye too much. And we'll take a little break here. We're going to play another story that I mentioned a minute ago about the megaphone to the ear. And this is a fabulous story. So enjoy, and we will see you back here in a little bit.
Hello, it's me again.
Hang on. Got to get it playing from the right place.
Dr. Elena Skyhawk. I hope you guys are having a great day. And I'm here to tell another little story of my background on how I got into doing what I do and why I love it so much. So this particular story picks up after I had just moved from Vegas to Phoenix. Actually, I was living in Mesa and working in North Scottsdale as an office manager for a Joann ETC store. So this was shortly after Sitting Bull ceremoniously bopped me off the mountain. But at the same time, I also got a part-time job at Vision Quest. Now, Vision Quest at the time was one of the largest metaphysical bookstores in Scottsdale. They have since now, I think, shrunk down a bit, and they're in the Phoenix area. But at the time I started working for them, they were in South Scottsdale. And then I worked full-time at Joann ETC. And it turns out to be a very good thing that I was, because in January of 2000, people started getting laid off at the Joann ETC stores because they had realized they opened too many at one time and the market couldn't hold it. So they started laying people off. And since I was one of the last ones to be fired or hired, of course, I was one of the first ones to get laid off. And of course they said, well, it's only until things get better, which of course never happened. But in the meantime, I asked the owner of Vision Quest if I could start working there full-time. That just tickled her to no end, because she's like, yes. You know, and even though it wasn't much money, it was still something. So I started working there full-time. I started getting to know some of the psychics and mediums that worked there even better than I already knew them. And my education in metaphysics started to grow. I was able to start taking classes because we got a discount, always helpful. But then also a lot of the psychics, they would just come up to you and they would say, oh my God, so-and-so is standing behind you. Did you know that? Yeah, I did. Yeah, he is always there, never seems to go away. Or they'd be like, oh, so-and-so is standing over here. And I'm like, who? So they were teaching me about some of the ascended masters that they worked with, and that, you know, letting me know that they saw them around me as well, which was actually kind of cool. But I also learned how to take aura photos, actually see people's auras, read them for people. And I also started taking Reiki classes, mediumship classes, past life regression classes, kind of like picking up where I had left off when I had been taking some of these classes in Las Vegas with Cattell and Buddy at the healing center that he owned. But then I noticed later on in the spring, I kept telling certain people that they needed to go to a piece of the universe. I had no idea what it was, where it was at, or why I was telling people this, because I had no idea what it was. But I knew it was somewhere in North Scottsdale. So then one day, a friend of mine came in on a weekend. They were having back when Borders was still around, they were having a psychic fair in their, and they had the music department pushed all the stuff aside so they could set up the psychic, the tables and stuff like that for readers to be there. And she came gushing in on late Saturday about this shaman that she had seen at the psychic fair. And she said his name was Running Wolf, and I needed to meet him. Well, I couldn't close the store fast enough to be able to get there because I think they were only there until 5. But the fair was being held on Sunday as well. So I made sure everybody was out of the store, plenty of time. It was already vacuumed. We closed it and rushed over to Borders because I wanted to meet this mysterious Running Wolf. Of course, as always my luck anyway, seems to be, he was gone by the time we got there. So my friend decided that since we were there and there were still some of the psychics were there, she wanted to sit down with one of the readers. And since I knew what she was going to be talking about, I didn't want to hear it again. I chose to go way down one of the aisles in the music department and sit as far away from her as I could. And it was kind of funny because the lady that was sitting across from me actually was part of the fair, and she did tongue readings. I was like, so I was asking her questions because how do you get into tongue readings and what the heck can your tongue tell you about yourself? Don't know what she told me, but I was being nice and asking questions because it was something I'd never heard of. And then it was like, I happened to look over to where my friend was sitting and I could see she was getting ready to wrap up her reading. So I started gathering my stuff. When out of the blue, it was like somebody stuck a megaphone to my ear. His name is Serge Running Wolf Martel, and he reads out A Piece of the Universe on Wednesdays from 11 to 7. And I was like, what the heck? I was looking all over the place because I'm like, where did that come from? I asked the lady that was sitting across from me, did you hear that? And she goes, hear what? And as soon as I said, again, I heard the megaphone right in this ear. I said, his name is Serge Running Wolf Martel. He's at A Piece of the Universe on Wednesdays from 11 to 7. And I was like, did you hear that? And she goes, no. I was like, huh. So I say to myself, what the heck's going on? I walk up to meet my friend and she immediately says, the shaman's name is Serge Running Wolf Martel and he's at A Piece of the Universe on Wednesday. I think we need to go visit him. I told her I already knew. And she looked at me funny and she said, how did you know? So I had to explain what happened with the megaphone in the ear. And then the psychic pointed at me and said, you're the one he needs to meet. So that following Wednesday, we decided to go up and meet Serge. Well, my friend Christopher, who also worked at Vision Quest with me, he's like, no, I'm the one the shaman needs to meet. Yeah, so I'm going with you. I'm like, whatever. So it turned out Connie got there before we did. because Christopher was late getting over to my apartment. So when she walked in the door, Serge looked right at her, but then he looked around behind her, like he was looking to see, like he could feel energy there, but it wasn't coming through the door. So he was kind of like looking around like, huh. We realized at once I got there that he had expected me to walk in the door because he could feel my energy heading that direction. Why do I know this? Because he told me. So anyway, she came back outside to wait for us. And then when we went back in, he was in a reading. So we got to meet Judy, or now Judith, who is the owner and caretaker of the store at the time that it's no longer open anymore. And she started laughing about the story. Oh, because I told her how we came to find out about this. And she thanked me for sending all the other visitors and people home. But that she was also grateful that I finally listened and decided to come up and find out what the PC universe was all about. And she goes, so Connie made an appointment. I did not, because I did not have the money to afford a reading at that time. Connie had her appointment with him. He got finished. He came walking back. He walked back out. He kind of took one look at Christopher, just did a dismissal like you would not believe. And he goes, you back there now. And I'm like, I don't have a reading with you. I didn't book it. He's like, get back there. We need to talk. And I was like, uh-oh. So we did. And that is how I was pulled into the shamanic world of Running Wolf, and worked with him for the last, or, the 9 years, 8 to 9 years before his passing in 2007, 2008. Yeah, 2008. I helped him develop and write the books for his Shaman's Touch healing program. He trained me in the program as I was writing the books. He was training me, and then I was writing it, and then I added in a bunch of other stuff that I felt needed to be in there, and became a master teacher in the Shaman's Touch healing. But then he also ordained me into his ministerial organization of Golden Eagle Ministries International. So that was all the way back in 2000, how I got initiated into working the shamanic path. Did I still work outside jobs in the so-called real world? Yes, because as you're building your clientele, as you're building your reputation and your knowledge base, you still have to have money coming in. And of course, I had the degrees to back up any accounting job that I wanted to work in. But I did not let it interfere with me learning more and more about the shamanic realm. And then eventually I went into more of the metaphysical when I became a member of IMM, which is the International Metaphysical Ministry, and got my degrees through the University of Metaphysics and the University of Sedona. So that is kind of how I ended up meeting Serge. And we worked, he taught me a lot. He was a very good sounding board. And I actually still talk to him a lot, even though he's been on the other side for a long time. He still pops in every once in a while. If he sees me veering off path, it's like, come back. You need to get back on the path and head this direction, not that direction. So it's always nice to have that. And to know that it's there, that when you need to call on souls from the other side, that we still can. But that was how my initiation into the shamanic realm and working with spirit in a more intense, and actually it was with Serge that I learned the hard way on how to do an exorcism. Don't ever want to do another one. But it is something we learn as ministers how to do and how real they can be and how terrifying they can be. So that's just another little story showing the path of what led me into doing what I do now. And we'll come back with probably some more stories and tell some more on live, because I will be popping in to talk to Deborah during the live stream. So bye for now.
Unmute. Thank you, Dr. Elena. And I don't think either one of us anticipated you would be popping in as much as you are, but it's just how the thing is flowing. So I hope that's okay with you.
And we have a new person.
Oh.
He has come to say hi. He's just purring like crazy.
Oh,
this
so
is
he's
Bearheart.
enjoying the vibe.
Yeah, this is Bearheart, folks. If you've never seen him on my videos, when I talk about Bearheart, this is who I'm talking about. He's like, put me down, Mom. I was sleeping. No.
Don't bug me. I'm busy.
Exactly. Yeah, that story cracks me up every time. It's like, you know, again, it's kind of like, you can't make this shit up. You really can't. It's like, did that just happen? And how come nobody else can hear it but me? Yeah. Well, because it was meant only for me. I don't know.
Do you think that you and Serge had past lives together? Is that why he was attracted?
I know I saw one of them. And actually one of our friends, it was so kind of funny because it was during one of our moon meditations. Chris had moved out, because they had lived in Missouri, in Springfield, Missouri area. And they moved out to Phoenix. I can't remember if it was her job or his job that brought him out there. But she found a piece of the universe. And I have to explain a bit about a piece of the universe. It was a home base for a lot of former Lemurians. So when I was sending people, that's why Judy welcomed home the people I was sending to her. So on a soul level, I knew those people were from Lemuria and they needed to go to a piece of the universe. Once I started working there, I actually came across a book. I was flipping through one day and I shocked the heck out of me because there was a picture of me in there in that past lifetime, because I was in Lemuria. I was actually the king of Lemuria, which for anybody listening doesn't mean squat because it was ruled by women. So my wife was the ruler. And what was hilarious is I got to meet her because she was a hairdresser next door. And she goes, I don't understand why I am so fascinated with this stuff and why I just love coming over here and talking to you guys all the time. And then when I opened up the book and saw it, I'm like, oh my God, that's you. So she got to see who she was. And she goes, oh, I was the queen. Well, that makes sense. I'm like, boy, does it ever. No, because she still had that same kind of airy feeling like, I'm the queen, you bow down to me kind of like energy. And Serge would just crack up. But Judy had to explain to her, yes, we're all from Lemuria. That's why we're all here, because it was a safe meeting point for all of us to come back to. But it was kind of freaky when you see these things happen, because it's just like, we don't know what we don't know.
Absolutely. And when you see those pictures like that, is there a resemblance or there's just a knowingness within you?
No, there was no, because I was the man back then. I just knew when I opened up that and flipped and saw that picture, I'm like, oh my God, that's me. It was just like, I knew. And Serge looked at the picture. He goes, yep, that's you. So I said, so you were there too? And he goes, well, yeah. He goes, we all were. And that's why
So,
we were so close, even after I left a piece of the universe, and I still stay in touch with Judy, even though she's retired now and she had sold the store. We were all
so
still very close.
what happened with all of those people after a piece of the universe went out of business? Do they still connect somewhere, or have they all kind of scattered?
I think they scattered because when she sold the store, the guys that bought the store ran it into the ground.
Uh,
They ruined the energy there. They turned it into a cheap, I mean, it was a very fancy high, I mean, it was in North Scottsdale. So it was, of course, very fancy, beautiful. I mean, the crystals she brought in there to sell in there were just like awesome. The readers that were there were phenomenal. Okay, that was me, but anyway, we were phenomenal. We knew what we were doing. We were good at it. It was like Serge was there, Shannon was there, I was there, Eva was there, and she's actually gone on to write several healing books, most of them in German, because she was German. So yeah, I mean, we stayed in touch for a while, but then life gets in the way and people go their own separate ways, and some go off the path and some stay on it but just do it differently. But when Serge died, that kind of really, because he was kind of like the glue that held everybody together.
mm. Well, I've heard there's a large pocket of Lemurians around Mount Shasta.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think some
Underneath
of
it.
them migrated there, or is that a whole different group?
I'm not sure because it's a whole colony supposedly underneath the mountain that lived there. Serge knew about it way better than I did because he was born in Northern California. So, and he's been to the Mount Shasta, and he's supposedly been to I don't know if he went physically or if he did it on a journey. But I think he physically actually went to Mount Shasta and visited. He wouldn't talk that much about it, but he grew up in that area. He was born up in Northern California, Oakland, I think, is where he was born. So he was way more connected than I was. I didn't really know. I mean, I knew about Lemuria. I didn't know whether it was real or not because most people talk about Atlantis.
Yeah.
Which I have to tell you, this dude here, Mr. Bearheart, he's an Atlantean. And when I had him the first time and I learned what he did, he was a very bad boy. I can see why Atlantis went kapooey. Because when you have,
He was not a cat in Atlantis, though.
No, he wasn't. He was a human, but he was a very bad one. And his job was working in basically with the crystals. But what he started doing is those people that crossed him or he was angry with or didn't like, he was putting spells into the crystals to kill them. So when he came back, and he was supposed to be my roommate's cat, but she was like, no. I even though I wanted a part Siamese looking cat, because he was actually, I got him in South Dakota, and I was walking down the M Mountain, which sits right in Rapid City. We were walking down the mountain. Again, these are like so freaky stories because it's like walking down the mountain, and all of a sudden I hear this voice say, "It is I, Bearheart." And I'm like, what? And I'm looking around. I'm like, okay, it's just Diane and I out here. Who the heck was that? So I ignored it like I usually do. Started walking farther down the mountain. Again, I said, "It is I, Bearheart." And I'm like going like this, and I'm like, Diane, did you just hear that? And she goes, hear what? I didn't hear anything. And I'm like, and you call yourself a shaman and you couldn't hear that? And then my boss at Kelly Services called one day and she goes, your roommate wanted the Siamese cat. She says, could you actually come and get him now? She says, because my dachshunds are starting to kill kittens. And I was like, uh-oh. So I went and picked the kitten up. Turns out, from what the vet said, he was part wildcat and part domestic cat. So she thinks it was a bobcat, not a mountain lion, but because of his size.
Wow.
But the DNA would have cost so much to do. I was like, yeah, that's okay. He's just a really, 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 really big cat. Okay. So we'll leave it at that. But it was supposed to be hers. And she named him, it was a city in California that she was born in. And it was like, no, that's not his name, but okay, whatever, it's your cat. So when we left South Dakota, she was supposed to take him with her to Colorado because that's where she was moving to. I ended up with him because she got kicked out of the house we were living in, and she could only take one cat with her. So he ended up with me. So I immediately changed his name because I knew it was Bearheart. That cat taught me a lot about crystal healing. Because at one point when we were living in a trailer in Mayer, Arizona, there was a guy that lived in our complex that kept putting out rat poison to kill the dogs and cats. He didn't care if they belonged to people. He just wanted them dead.
Yeah.
And
Sad.
Bear had gotten into it and basically got poisoned. I mean, he was dying, and I didn't have a car at the time. And it was too far to try to walk to a vet to get into town. So I was like, what the heck am I supposed to do? So I looked up in my Love is in the Earth book to see if there was any crystals that could help with poisoning. Turns out there are quite a few. Green aventurine is one of them. And I had tons of it because the same place I got these pearls, they were gifted to me because a friend had bought the inventory from a metaphysical store that had shut down in California. And all they wanted were the crystals, and there was 2 huge boxes of gemstones. So I ended up with 6,000 pearls, all that coral, the turquoise, green aventurine, quartz, rose quartz. I mean, you name it, there were like tons of crystals in this box. So I'm like, let's see if these actually work. So I put them on the floor for Bearheart, and he literally moved them around in a certain area. He crawled inside of it, and he laid there for like a day or two. Then he got up, actually went to the bathroom, which is the first time he had even moved since he crawled in there, came back. He rearranged the crystals, laid down the opposite direction, stayed there for another 2 days. He got up, went to the bathroom, came back out, ate and drank, and he never went through to those crystals again. And he was fine. But he only lasted for 3.5 years because this is where karma comes back. I mean, even animals, because you can come back as pretty much anything to experience different lives. Serge's youngest son was a dolphin. He was always a dolphin. This is his first human life. So he was having issues with this life. So you can go back and forth. So Bearheart was a human, but in the form of a cat when he came back in to be my medicine cat and to learn some lessons and receive his karma. He died a very painful death at 3.5 years old from throat issues because he was using his voice to put spells into crystals to kill people. That's a no-no.
Yeah.
That's the one thing you do not do in spiritual work. You do never do anything to harm another living being. And after he passed away, he found me where I was, because he asked to be taken back to South Dakota. And Merlin, little shit that she was, rolled the window down in the middle of the night to let him out of the car. Medicine Bear and Merlin were still in the car the next morning. Bearheart was nowhere to be found. And of course, I searched for him forever. And he showed up one day at my apartment, came walking down the stairs. And I'm like, this cat's supposed to be dead. How come? Because a lady had kept saying, I saw your cat. I saw your cat over at the shelter when I went to go visit my husband. I said, how could you see my cat? I go running over there to get him. And there, everybody's looking at me like, what are you talking about, lady? There ain't no cat over here. But she could see him. And well, he showed up at my apartment, came down the stairs, and he said, I just want to thank you for being my mommy. I mean, he had me in tears. And I said, what are you talking about? And then he told me the story of who he was in Atlantis and what he had done. And he said, you taught me how to use the power for good.
So when he went through that healing thing with the crystals, you did not know the background.
No. Had no idea. I just thought it was so cool that this cat knew that green aventurine was going to cure him. How the hell how would a cat know that? But he did. And so after he died and he came and told me who he was and what he had done, I said, well, that explains why you died from the throat and mouth issues, because you had karma to pay back. And it took him that long to find somebody. And that's what he said. It took him that long to be able to find the one person who was going to be able to teach him right from wrong and why he did what he did was wrong. And now he's come back as a black cat. Sometimes worse than a child. But he's a great companion, I have to say that.
And very opinionated.
Yeah, it's
very opinionated.
Yes. Just like Merlin was when she showed up in my life. That story's on Medium too, the very opinionated kitten. But, so they choose us just like we choose our parents and we choose what we're going to experience. So do they. We might not understand it if we, don't communicate. Because there's a lot of times he'll say stuff to me. I'm like, what? I didn't understand a single word you said. And then there's other times I can hear him as clear as day.
Yeah. Depends on how you're tuned in at the time, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I'm thinking we have one more video to play. I think we'll do that near the end. We've got a question here to answer, so we'll do that. If anybody else has questions, get them in there. I'm not sure how much longer we're going to do. We seem to have only 9 people here now, so people are probably wanting to move on with their day and do other things. But we'll go a little bit longer because we want to give more people a chance to send that love gift to Dr. Elena. And maybe now would be a good time for you to update us on the total that we have so far.
Well, if I get my hand back.
So while you do that, I'm going to answer this question.
Can I have my hand?
Marcelina asks, she has a fellow, I'll put that up on the screen. She's been friends with 20 years. She has deeper feelings and would like a romantic relationship. Recently, he's behaving odd. She'd like to know the reason for the behavior. So, Team Marcelina, can you help us understand why is Joe behaving oddly all of a sudden? After 20 years, what's up with that? They're saying he's felt the shift in your feelings, and that scares the heck out of him. So he's operating like on tenterhooks, like he's tiptoeing around you because he values the friendship. He doesn't want to lose the friendship. But it's not one that he sees moving into a romantic relationship. So if you can find a way to shift yourself back into just friendship, let go of any ideas of romance, and the angels are saying, now, Marcelina, do that, and we will bring someone into your life who can be an optimal long-term partner. But you need to allow Joe to step back into the role of just friend, and then they'll get working on that for you. So can you give her some kind of a time frame? When might a romantic person show up in her life, an ideal long-term partner? Is it going to be more than 6 months? So will it be in 2026? Might take longer. They're working on it. They're saying right now it could be the first half of 2027. So it's going to take a little while. So hang in there, have faith, know that it's coming. And meanwhile, Marcelina, work on you to embody your power as a soul. You are the authority in your life. You are writing your story. Step into that powerfully so that you will feel fulfilled, satisfied, and not in the least bit needy for a romantic partnership. Because when you get to that state, now you are in the perfect place for a relationship, because you can meet them equally. And you can pursue the relationship, see where it goes, but you'll be on even footing when that happens. I hope that makes sense. Anything else you want to say to Marcelina? Yeah, go have fun in the meantime. Play and play and play. You need more play in your life. That will fill those gaps. It will entertain you. It'll entertain other people. You'll be having the time of your life, so you won't notice that there's a romantic space in your life. And in the appropriate time, and they're saying now it could be sooner. So this relies upon you and the actions you take in the interim period as far as the timeline. It could also shift on the other person's end as well. But there's a large part of it that you are responsible for, which you can accelerate. So the sooner you get moving forward on that spiritual path, taking that positive action that enriches your life and makes it so much better, juicier, they're saying, yeah, juicy, savor it, then the sooner you'll get to that relationship. But there's one out there. It's just not Joe. So hope that makes sense. All right. So I don't see any other questions. And looks like Dr. Elena is working on getting us that information. She'll be back in a minute. So those of you who are still here, thank you for hanging out with us all this time. We really appreciate it. Any comments, questions? Have you enjoyed yourself? Have you learned something? Hopefully this experience has in some way enriched your life as you've seen the other side of the spiritual walk, where when you're really lined up and you are following in that spirit-led life, it can be big time challenging, but it can also be big time rewards. It's a very fulfilling life experience, although quite different. So yeah, pop your questions, comments in there. We want to hear from you. Looks like Elena is still doing the calculating for us to give us an update. Let's see, is there anything else left that we haven't talked about? We have that one more short video story to share with you. Let's see, somebody put something in there. White Puma. You love the content. Oh, I'm so glad. Thanks for being here and hanging out with us. So for everybody who's still here and paying attention, tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern is our first Monday Metaphysical Chat. Doesn't matter that it's the day after we've just done this live stream. That's when it's scheduled, the first Monday of the month. So we'll be getting together then, 9 p.m. live on YouTube. And you can bring all your metaphysical questions. We will just be channeling our hearts out, talking to your teams and getting you some insights about this crazy mixed up existence that we're going through right now and all the excitement that's coming for us in the new year, because it really is going to be amazing. If you had a chance to listen to Metatron Sunday message, you probably got the gist of that. And by the way, the December message will be coming soon. I'm hoping to channel that tonight and maybe get it up tomorrow, because just all these things hit at the same time. So I'm a little crunched at the moment, but yeah, we're still cranking things out. Which reminds me, if you are a member of Soul Seekers, Friday was the last Friday of the month when we normally meet, and it just totally went up and over. Somehow in my head, I was a week ahead of that, so I missed it. But you're not going to miss your November session. It's just going to happen in December. So we're going to do it this coming Friday, and that will be at 7:30 p.m. So watch the community page, because that's where I post the link for you. And on that one, you can join live on Zoom so that we can see one another face to face. You can also join on the YouTube side if you'd rather not be face to face on Zoom, but it gives us a chance to really connect at a deeper level and talk about whatever is on your mind. And those are private, just for the group. They don't go out to the public. So if you're not already a soul seeker and you want to join us, please do that. We would love to have you. I think there's a button that you can click on somewhere in the chat. Let's see if I can find it. No, I'm not seeing it there, but it's on the channel. And if you can't find it, send me an email and I'll send it to you, because I can't do that right now. But we'd love to have you join us in Soul Seekers as we dive deeper into this whole spiritual journey and try to get ahead of the curve as much as we can. We want to be prepared so that we can get the absolute most out of this experience. Miss Debbie, you've been listening and you kept hearing your amazing book. Awesome. Yeah, I know the book, multiple books. She's got multiple books partially written. So now that she can see, she's going to turn into this little book factory and hopefully crank a bunch of them out, because these stories have been begging to be told for so very long. Linda, you've learned many things and you're seeing spirit from a different perspective. I love that, Linda. That is so wonderful. So tell us more about that, because your observation might inspire somebody else to look into this deeper, because we all know how amazing it is when we connect at that deeper level with our divine team. So life-changing and so worthwhile. Marcelina, yes, he's been a solid friend. Helped you go through a loss of another friend a few months ago. Precious, but a great friend in this lifetime. Yeah, absolutely. You got it. That's perfect. So Dr. Elena, you ready to come back? Okay, here she comes. Let's shift you to that one. There, I like that one better.
Aww. So it looks like there was an additional to the first amount, which I think was $536. There's an additional $45.
Okay, so let's see if I can do some math on that. So that would be, I think, $551. There we go. So team, that's really great. It's a good start, but we need to do more. So I'm going to keep going. I don't know, maybe, let's see, it's almost 5. We might make it to 6 if you guys are willing to hang out with us. But if everybody leaves, then we'll stop. So you kind of help me gauge, because we can save these videos for another time, or we can do them now. I just don't want everybody to leave if we switch over to a video. And there's Mr. Bearheart himself hanging out, showing off his glorious fur. He looks so much like a panther. It's amazing. I can see why he chose that form.
Well, he wanted to come back as a wolf dog. And I told him a black wolf dog, and he was going to have a heart on his chest. And I told him I wasn't in a space to handle a wolf dog. So when Medicine Bear decided to come back, she's like, I'm dragging him with me, because Merlin refused to come back a third time. And he's like, well, I'll come back, but only if I can be a black cat. So that's exactly what he came back as. Yeah.
Oh, so Linda just posted something really insightful. Thank you for that, Linda. Let me pop that up on the screen. Yeah, lots
I'll
of us
tell
have
you.
that issue, right? Stubborn.
Yeah, the stubbornness. Yeah. I know Serge used to tell me that if you'd stop being so stubborn and listen, things would go so much easier. And I said, I listen, I hear everything I'm being told. He goes, but how much of it do you follow through on? I'm like, pretty much none of it. Because to me, a lot of it was so far fetched. I'm like, this just can't be real. You know, it's like living a sci-fi movie. You
Well,
know,
they talk about what is reality. Is this
exactly.
reality or is what we experience in dream state reality? And I think it both is.
Yeah.
When I found myself on top of a mountain having tea with the Dalai Lama during the meditation, it's like, okay, that's pretty freaky and far out, but it was real. I
Yeah.
really did have tea with the Dalai Lama. It was a real experience. There was teaching. It was very deep. It was an amazing experience.
Yeah.
That's as real as what we're doing right here.
Hmm. Well, it's
So
even like,
even go
even
ahead.
that one dream that I shared with you, was it last week or the week before, about those bluish white giants that showed up? That was fantastical.
Hmm.
And it turned out to be real. I'm like, okie dokie. So you really have to be willing to stretch your imagination and that's why I think they're so insistent that it's really time to release ourselves from the matrix, because
Yeah.
there is so much out there for us to experience, even in a human body, that we just, if you think about the time when Jesus and all of them were here, okay, I was one of them. Might as well just admit it. I was a disciple. Okay. No, you know, I was hung from an olive tree, hence my allergy to olives, or the tree when they pollinate. But we lived very, very long lives. I'm not sure where in our chronological history that it shrunk down to, oh, well, the natives, they only lived, if they were lucky, till they were 50. And that was considered old. But even in our mindset now, people are like, oh, well, men can only live to about 75, maybe 80 if they're lucky. Women will live a little longer. But that's like putting that thumb on our, not just our humanness, but our souls, because we
Hmm.
can live so much longer and stay young looking. If it goes back to what my mom used to do, because I used to spend pretty much all my time outdoors. I pretty much still do if I get the chance and I'm in warm enough climate. But my mom would always put it out there that I would look 60 by the time I was 40. Because I was always outside in the sun and my skin, I mean, literally would turn almost as black as the shirt that you have on if I was out too long. Okay, one year it did turn that dark because I stayed out too long drinking in the pool on July 4th. But the minute she told me that, I put out to the universe that I would never, ever look my age or act it. Because that literally is kind of what kills people, is when you're like, oh, well, I'm 60, I'm 65, I'm 70, woe is me, my life is over. You're going to create that. So most days, I look like I'm still in my 40s. People still think I am. And when I tell them how old I really am, they're like, yeah, right, you're lying. Let me see your license. And I'll show them my license, and they're like, well, this is fake. Why would I fake myself being older? No, it's
Oh,
not.
for those fabulous senior discounts, of course.
Oh, I forgot. That's why I did it. Yeah. Yeah. Just like when I was 20, I wanted to be 21. No, you know, but so it cracks me up. And I look at my brother, who is 3 years younger than me. He looks like he's 10 years older than I am. And when I went back for my uncle's funeral in 2017, the cousins that were still alive were shocked because they were like, oh my God, you look like you still did in high school. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not quite that young, but thank you. But they're like, you haven't changed. You look the same. Now I can see some of the differences, but most people don't. And they, they think I'm lying about my age. I'm like, no. It's like we can say, and it was so funny. What's it called? SRT. One of the ladies at the PC Universe used to do SRT, and she used to teach it and stuff. And she'd get her charts out and do all these kind of things with it. And she's like, so one day she decided to see how long I was going to live. And at the time, it came back that I was going to be here until I was like 140. I'm like, okay, well, that'll work, I guess. But the more work I do on myself, the more healing I do on myself, they have it now up to 158. And I'm like, seriously, guys, who the heck's still going to be around?
Well, again, maybe a lot of us will, because we're all going to live longer.
Exactly. But back then, at the time, I was like, but yeah, as we heal ourselves. And if you look at a lot of the women, not so much the men, but the women especially that are around our age, how young they look. So that is truth. It is, a fact, whether you believe it or not. We have the ability to keep our bodies young. I mean, yes, we have to follow through on things. We have to eat healthy and stuff like that, drink lots of water. But we have the ability to do that.
Yeah, and that's why that there's going to be rejuvenation pools in Earthtopia.
Well, we used to have them, and because I was in the mystery schools in Egypt, and that's where I came across these earthly, no, they're not even earthly beings, these bluish, whitish giants. That's where I first got introduced to them, was back in the mystery schools. And that's why over the last few years, it's been popping in that I won't have a healing center, but I will have a mystery school again, where all of these things that I have learned and know, because again, I'm not from this planet, they will be taught again.
So all the late bloomers can catch up with you.
Mm-hmm, pretty much. And I'll still look as young as they are.
Yeah. And we have a lot to be excited about as we move forward.
Yes, we do.
So as we're slowly winding down here, is there anything that we didn't talk about that you really wanted to mention or share?
To me, it is something I'm learning the hard way, is that it is really important not just to listen, but do the follow through, do the implementation. Even if it sounds weird, even if people, and that's one of the things Spirit and I were talking about yesterday, because with this healing of the eyes, you have to do a lot of resting, because they don't want you, like I said, you can't bend over, you can't clean, because that means you have to bend over. And they don't want you on the phone a lot. This is a little easier because I don't have to have it right up in my face to see it. So I've been doing a lot of resting, and that's one of the things that I was asking, because it's like, what am I really supposed to get out of all of this? why. And part of it was, for one, to slow down a little bit, because it has slowed me down a lot, but then also to refocus and re-tap into the soul.
Mm-hmm.
Because we get, even as healers and teachers and stuff like that, we get to a point where we start doing things just, got to do this, got to do this, got to do this, got to do this. People are expecting this. People are expecting this. I got to do this. Oh, I got to write this book. I got to write that book. I got to do this meditation, blah, 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 and you're going all over the place, and you're not taking the time to sit down basically and smell the roses. And that's one of the things Bearheart is teaching me, because he is an emotional support animal. So he knows now when my energy is starting to get wonky, and he will get up in my face. He will step all over the computer. He will shove the phone out of my hand, because he knows I've had too much. Because he can feel the energy shifting. So it's like, if we stop, disconnect from the electronics. It was so funny. My phone, right before this started, my phone popped in and said, "You were on your phone 3.5 hours less than you were last week." So
well, that's good.
Well, yeah, but even our phones are tracking how long we're using them.
Yeah. My phone very helpfully told me recently that my gait was very unsteady and I was in danger of falling. Oh, gee,
wow.
Thanks for that little tidbit.
Yeah, so it is. It's a matter of, like when I do these Sunday readings, which hopefully mine went out today, because I did it on auto schedule, so hopefully it actually went out. And that was a lot about shattering illusions and bringing in more of the divine feminine energy. But I always ask, what do we need to know? What do we need to heal? And then what do we need to implement and take action on? And it's not just for me. I mean, it's for the collective as a whole, for the whole week. So it's like, and it amazes me how they tie those cards together. Out of all the cards in the deck, the 3 or 4 that they pick or that go flying out of the deck, they fit together so perfectly. But that's part of what my goal going forward is. It's like, yeah, this work needs to get done, but there's also self-care that we have to do for us.
Yeah. And I believe in 2026, that's even more important, because I'm getting the same thing. Right now, I'm hearing what sounds like a locomotive in my ear. And it's like, if you're not going to slow down on your own, we're going to make sure.
We're going to slow you down. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because the work is going to get done one way or another. We don't need to overstress or kill ourselves to get it done.
Yeah. And there are other people doing it. You don't have to do it all. That's another lesson.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, it's community. I mean, that's what it's about. I mean, again, because I know one of the visions I had years ago was not only with the vision or the healing center, but it was a space that we also could come to for retreats. And it was in a wooded area. There was a stream nearby, because I built a gazebo, I think is what you call them. So we could perform weddings at them. And they had that beautiful backdrop of the river behind them. But we had longhouses built. There were teepees in the woods, so people could come and stay and do, retreats. And just learn from each other. Whether that's going to happen going forward, I hope, because I think it's something we all need. to come together in ceremony and just camaraderie, as a community. But I throw it out to the universe, and if it's meant to be, it will be.
Yeah. Well, as we've said, they're going to force us to if we don't, because it's for our own good. We have to make it more balanced, manageable, so that we can continue for the long term.
Mm-hmm.
And I have committed that I will slow down. I was in my mastermind a few weeks ago, and one of my people, I was telling her, well, we've got the fundraiser coming up, and I've just finished the stuff with the apartment with Mom, who died, if you guys weren't around to hear it. And so we had to deal with the apartment, and there were some other things to deal with, lots of paperwork. And then I have the fundraiser. But after that, I'm leaving a space clear so that I can slow down, so I can reconnoiter and maybe get back to writing some of the books I've been working on for a long time, focus on that. And she looked at me and she said, "You say that every time." Yeah, but this time I don't have a choice, because this noise is so unbearable. There have been times where I have seriously thought, I'm not going to go on. I can't live like this. It's been that bad. And then they bring me back around, and it's like, hang on, just a little bit longer. There is a purpose to all of this. So we will see.
Well, and that's what this eye thing did with me. I mean, it slowed me down like gangbusters, because you literally can't drive when you can't see. I mean, and how people live, and that was one of the things I saw in most of these videos that I was watching, is some of the regrets people had. And most of it was waiting so long to have the surgery. I mean, they gave up reading, they gave up driving, they gave up their whole lives. And it was like, why would you do that? It's like, it's like that energy of giving up has just never been in me. So it's like, no, I'm not giving up. I will have my eyesight back.
Yeah. And I'm holding on to the promise that they are going to restore my hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is just not fun.
Well, we know that if they can restore eyesight like they did with mine so far in the one eye, they can restore the hearing.
I know they can restore everything. The body is made to heal. It's just we have to figure out what to do to set it up so that it can heal. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And holding that energy for all of you out there in our community, because together we can create miracles, which is what we're doing right now.
Yeah, like with mine, and like even with mine, it's like part of it is root vegetables are very good for eyesight. It helps clear up your blood. It clears out, because there's sometimes your optic nerves or the blood vessels behind your eyes get twisted up, or there's inflammation, or like in my case, it was probably a combination of the mold, and who knows, there could have been genetics in there all as well. But then you find the tools that work, start getting rid of the mold. You turn to your guides and angels to say, hey, I have this issue. This is what I'm trying. It doesn't seem to work. What else do you have?
Linda's back to talking about stubbornness again. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, we can be very stubborn, but there are positive things about being stubborn.
Mm-hmm. There is. Yeah, when you never give up, never giving up is it is being stubborn too. But I've gotten to the point where it's like, it is our life, and nobody but I can determine what's going to happen with it. Yeah. Because it's always our choice. That's the one great thing about spirit. They will not tell us what we can and cannot do.
Yes. So, I had kind of had in mind, 5 or 6 would be our stopping time, depending, if we were still having people who wanted to donate, we would hang out. We do have that one last little video clip that's less than 15 minutes, and
Not that one.
it's a really good one.
That one's a little longer. I think that one's 22 minutes.
Oh, I thought it was 15. Well, anyway, now feels like a good time to share that. Then we can come back, and if you've got any more questions, comments, observations, just, rah, Dr. Elena, we're behind you. Any of that will be gratefully accepted. So we will play that for you, and then we'll be back to wrap things up and to bring this energy down to a lovely, beautiful hum that we can move forward with. So with that note, let's get that video going.
Hello, it's me again. Oh, and this time we have a special friend. This is Bear Heart, my little traveling buddy, my emotional support buddy, and sometimes like today, a pain in the butt. Been crying and crying. Not quite sure exactly if it's the wind that's bothering him, because there's no rain today, but it kind of ties in to this part of the story. Because you see, I have a lot of people that have asked me over the years, what did you do to become a shaman? I didn't do anything. It was not on my to-do list. So I did not go to a weekend seminar and then come out and say, I'm a shaman. No, you're chosen by the spirits. It usually runs in the lineage. And in my case, it probably is on the father's side, as he's Native American or was. He's no longer with us. And Spanish. But who knows? It could have come from part of the birth mother side as well, because she has a lot of the England and stuff in her, and a little bit of Scottish, I think. So who knows? And then, of course, as the soul that's in the body now, it came in with me. So I didn't do anything. I didn't go looking for it. But as I've been going through these stories and looking back, there's definitely a pattern. Because what spirit does when they know you've chosen the path on the other side, and it's your duty, your service to humanity to continue doing it in this lifetime, they set up initiations. They test you to see if you've learned the lesson so far, and then they put you through an initiation that will lead to the next chapter, which of course they teach you more, they put you through more initiations, and it just keeps going on. And one of the first people that ever recognized it in me was Sonia Choquet. I met her years and years ago. I was in Serge's weekly shamanic classes that we had at his house. And one of the girls that was there had bought a ticket. I think it was a 3-day event to listen to Shakti Gawain was there, Sonia Choquet, Dr. Judith Orloff, and Sally Redfield. Well, she couldn't go the final day. So she asked me during our Tuesday night class if it's something I would be interested in taking over that last day. And if so, when she went, she would let them know that I was going to be attending in her place. So I was like, sure. I mean, what the heck? It's like, I already had Judith Orloff's book. I had read most of Sally Redfield's husband's books, the Celestine Prophecy and Shambhala and a lot of these other ones that he wrote. And I had been following Sonia for a while and some Shakti stuff. And I actually ended up buying her book, one of her books. But after the day was over, we got to go up and meet them and talk to them. And Sonia actually bent down and like she was going to kiss my feet. And it made me very uncomfortable. And it's happened to me several times since then. It always makes me uncomfortable because she recognized in me something that I didn't recognize yet myself. And she said, I honor you. You are on the most difficult path that a soul can choose. And I just kind of looked at her and like, say, what? And she goes, as you continue your studies with your mentor, you'll learn what I mean. Little did I know how accurate she was. Now, outside of Fountain Hills in Arizona, on the way up to Payson on Highway 807, is a mountain range. Beautiful. And I could see it, of course, from my townhouse. And it was called it's still called Four Peaks. And it had 4 very distinct peaks on it. And you could hike up one side of it. And the other side was closed because it was also actually an amethyst mine. And I had gone hiking up there once before with Shannon, a friend of mine, and somebody that I also worked at A Piece of the Universe with. And we had a blast. We were goofing off. We found a rock that looked like, well, we're not going to discuss what it looked like, but it was very kind of embarrassing. But Shannon wanted a picture with it. So we took a picture with it. And she's like, oh, my God, yeah. And so when Spirit told me I needed to go back up the mountain and I needed to take somebody with me to witness or be there when it happened, Shannon was the first person I thought of because she was also in Serge's ministry program. And we had already hiked the mountain once, so we kind of knew what to expect. But in my mind, I thought Spirit wanted somebody with me because something was going to happen. Like maybe because there were mountain lions in that mountain range. There had been bear sightings. And I'm like, oh my God, is there going to be like an attack? Whatever. You know how that ego, again, runs wild. But she was all up for it because she was like, ooh, we had so much fun the last time. Let's go. So we went on a Sunday. Now, I was all ready to say no way because it had been raining on and off through the weekend. And Sunday, even before she got there, it was sprinkling on and off. And I was like, I don't know if I want to go out to the mountain because, again, you're in a mountain, higher up elevation. It's probably going to be raining a little bit harder than it is down below. And she's like, no, come on, let's go. We're going to have fun, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay. So we headed off to Four Peaks. And by the time you get to, you start here, but as you drive back closer to the mountain, it's a very gradual incline. So by the time you get up to the parking spots, you're pretty much halfway up the mountain anyway. And it's a very rough ride. So we took my car because it was bigger, heavier than hers. And I was still looking at the weather. The clouds were a little thicker once we got to the mountain, but there were people on the mountain. There were tons of cars there, people going in, up and down, coming out. And it was raining a little bit harder, but it was still just like sprinkling, But I grabbed my umbrella and I grabbed a blanket because Shannon was a very tiny, she was like a fairy in a human body, very tiny, very high-pitched voice and like 4'10". I mean, she was very tiny. hardly any meat on her bones at all. So I took a blanket just in case it got colder as we walked up the mountain. So we got partway up, and the rain started a little harder. So we kind of gathered in a spot, and you could tell it was closer to where the mine was, because there was actually the mine shafts where the air would come in and out. And when you talked into them, it actually, you could hear the echo as it goes down inside the mine. And I got out the umbrella. I put the blanket around her to keep her warm. And I said, I kept asking my guides, can we turn around and go back? And they were like, no. And they're like, you need to keep going up the mountain. And I'm like, well, I don't like that answer. So Shannon, you ask your guides to see what they say. Because if they said, yeah, turn around, go back, I was like, screw what my guide said. We were listening to hers. Well, her guide, her master guide, was Isis. So she tapped in and she asked Isis, do we need to still continue going up the mountain? I didn't like the answer because Isis said, yes, you both need to continue up the mountain. And I was like, dang, I thought I was going to get around it. So we got up, started heading up higher up the mountain. The rain started in earnest, and then the hail came down. I'm telling you, hail hurts when you're not covered up in a blanket. Because, like I said, she was covered in the blanket. All I had was the umbrella. And then I didn't have that because the wind picked up. At least at that point, it was like 50-mile-an-hour winds. I think they got a little stronger as we went higher. My umbrella didn't last long. It broke, and then it turned inside out. And it was like, oh, I'm wet. What the heck? And I asked again, Spirit, can we turn around, go home, go back now? No, continue up the mountain. So we did. And we kept going up and going up farther in the hail, in the rain, in the wind. And then all of a sudden, I heard loud and clear, like the person was standing right next to me. And he said, when we say push and jump, we mean push and jump. Like, that didn't scare me. And I was like, Shannon, did you hear that? And she's like, no, what? And I said, I was just told that when I hear them say push and jump, I am to push you off to the left and jump right after you. And she was like, okay, are you sure? And I said, yeah, because they repeated it. And I said, at this point, I don't think I need to be questioning what they're saying. So we went a little farther up the mountain, and it was a very windy trail going up the mountain. And like when you look down one side, it was like straight down. No guardrails, no nothing. If you slipped and fell in the rain, you were down. It was that kind of a mountain. So we continued going up, and I'm like, we got to be pretty close to the top because, we were already halfway there when we parked the car. And then all of a sudden, now, push, jump. I shoved Shannon off to my left, and I jumped right behind her. And right where I had been standing, a bolt of lightning hit. Talk about the electricity going out. My hair stood up on end. I had goosebumps from head to toe. And then I turned around to look and make sure Shannon was okay. And I'm like, Shannon, where'd she go? Because she wasn't there. I looked down, and she was on the ground underneath the blanket, curled up in a tight little ball. And there was a perfect circle of light around her, protecting her. And I just put my hands up to the sky and I said, thank you, thank you, thank you for protecting us. Thank you for the lesson. I said, I don't know what it is yet, but thank you. Now can you put angel wings on our feet and get us the hell off of this mountain? It took us 2.5 hours to walk up to that point that we were at. And I asked Spirit if we had to continue up to the top. And they said, no, you can go down. I'm like, then get them angel wings on us. We ran down that mountain, around and around the curves and down. We were jumping over fallen trees, and there were a lot of them. We were jumping over huge puddles of water. And again, as we were going down, of course, the edge of the mountain was right there. Never slipped, never fell. We were down the mountain in 20 minutes. Gotta love angel wings. When you need them, ask for them because they exist. I quickly changed clothes to get out of all my wet clothes, got Shannon in the car. And I knew we couldn't go back the same way we had come in because it came down. You got to go down and then back up because the arroyo was there. And of course, by then it would have been flooded. So we decided to go out the other way that I had seen other cars leaving, which took us up out of where we were at. And it was a little flatter up there. We turned around, looked back at the mountain. You couldn't even see the mountain. The clouds were all black and they had totally encompassed the whole mountain. And all you could see was the jagged of lightning coming down. I mean, a lot of it. And I was just like, holy crap, what was this about? So we drove back, and it was kind of cool on the way back, driving because it was pitch black out there. We did see a lot of UFOs zipping around, and I realized where they were coming out of. Superstition Mountains is not that far from there, and it's a so-called hotbed of UFO activity, but there were a lot that night. We made it back to Fountain Hills. I got Shannon's clothes dried for her, sent her home on her way, still thinking about what this was all about. So the next day, Serge called, and he asked how my weekend went. I said, well, it was pretty quiet until yesterday, and we went hiking out on Four Peaks. And he was like, in weather like this? And I'm like, oh, hell no. It was way worse. And then I told him what happened. And he was like, wow. He goes, Spirit put you through a 4 elements initiation. And he goes, and you passed the first time. He said, they put me through it 4 times before I was able to pass it. So when somebody tells you that, oh, I went to a seminar over the weekend and I'm a shaman now. No, that's not how it works. Our souls deem it before we even incarnate. It's something we don't seek. I sure didn't. Have I learned a lot? Yeah. Would I want to go through the same experience? I don't know about that. If I knew the outcome was going to be the same, yeah. But they didn't tell me why I had to go because they knew that they knew me well enough because I was already kind of dragging my feet that if they told me what they were going to do and put us through, I would have said, screw it. I'm not doing that. You're crazy. Well, it was either Tuesday or Wednesday of that same week. We had, it was either a full moon or a new moon, which we always did this healing ceremonies at the Peace of the Universe. And by the time I got there, Shannon was already there and she was telling everybody about what had happened on Sunday. And she goes, man, if she asked you to go for a hike up a mountain with her, say no. And everybody else thought it was like something pretty awesome. And they were asking me how much I would charge to take them through something like that. No, I wouldn't charge anybody anything because I would not do that to a person. But Shannon had vowed that she was never, ever going to go for another hike with me ever again. And she never did. It's like it scared her so much that she eventually did drop out of Serge's ministerial program as well, because she was not on that path. That was not her path to take, and it scared her. But when I look at these and look at some of the stories, some of the things that I have been put through, looking backwards, it's that 2020 vision. You look backwards and you see where it started, with grandma sitting up in her casket. I could see a dead person and she was talking to me and I could hear her. It's like freaked me out. To being pushed off the mountain by Sitting Bull to get me to move. And it got rid of the migraines. It got rid of the seizures. It led me up to meeting Serge by having that megaphone put in my ear to guide me. It was all orchestrated by spirit. I did none of it. I just followed the clues. I listened. But now I also help others that are following that same path that maybe don't quite understand it yet, that it's not something we seek. It seeks us, it finds us, it trains us and hones us because our soul already knows the outcome. They know why we're here. So now, if people come to me and say, I'm having these weird experiences, I know what they're talking about, and I can guide them in the direction that is going to best serve them and the people who come to them for help, whether it be animals or people, because we're here to help both. They're living beings. So that is the 4 elements initiation. Thankfully, I passed the very first time because it is not something I would ever want to go through again. So we will see you soon in another video, or actually popping in later on that. And who knows, maybe by then this one here will quiet down and just come in and make an appearance to say hi instead of crying. He's kind of quiet now. So maybe he just wanted mommy's attention. So again, remember, walk in beauty, my friends. Walk the sacred path of love always.
Just have to unmute. Thank you for that. That was so beautiful and so perfect to tie all the ends together that we've been talking about all day. And it leaves me with a question. So that was the 4 elements initiation. Are there any more?
I have no idea because I didn't even know that one existed until Serge told me what they had put me through. And I mean, he was shocked that I passed it the first time. And I kept thinking, well, if it took you 4 times, what did they do to you? Because it's like, if I had gotten hit, don't you dare tip that over. If I had been hit by that bolt of lightning, if I hadn't listened and actually shoved Shannon when they said push and jump, and that lightning, I might have to go kill a cat in a minute. Oh, he's acting up all of a sudden. He does this for some silly reason. When he needs to go number 2, he just goes into fits and thinks he's going to destroy everything. But anyway, I had never heard of it, so I had no clue. I mean, I know they put you through initiations and they put you through a shamanic death, if you're on that path, which is basically what happened to the infant who went into the coma and came out a different person. That's usually the first indication that you're on the path of a shaman, because they always put you through that shamanic death. They take you down to nothing and then they rebuild you. But they do initiations every once in a while. And what I have found out is people who proclaim themselves, that's why I keep bringing up that, I went to a weekend seminar and I'm a shaman now. I'm like, if you're going to put it out to the universe that you're a shaman, you're going to get tested, because Spirit's going to show you that you are not that. And that's what happens. They'll come back later and like, oh my God, this happened and this. Why didn't you tell me? We did. You cannot just go to a seminar and come out. You can be a shamanic practitioner, absolutely, because you learn a lot of the healing techniques and some of the ceremonies and stuff like that. But they even caught somebody down in South America who was pulling the same stuff, and she was getting a lot of views. She was talking about some kind of cacao ceremony that she was doing. So they went down there and they questioned the true Amazonian healers. Turns out there is no such thing as a cacao ceremony. This girl just made it up so that she could get people to follow her and give her money. That's not what we're about. It has nothing to do. I mean, you're here to do a service, yes, and we should be paid for it, just like any job. Yes, we should get compensation for it. Unfortunately, most healers are still working on that part of the puzzle, on changing their energy to match up with service does equal compensation. You can't go, like I couldn't have gone to my eye doctor and said, oh, well, hey, I got a bag of coffee for you. Could you cut my, he'd be like, no, wrong answer. So you expect, you train your whole life to do something. And sometimes, like in the case of what I do and what you do, we've trained many, many, many lifetimes to do this work. This is not our first go around. And so, yes, we should be, but our energy is working its way up to becoming that of openly accepting that we should be compensated for our gifts.
Yep. Whole new world.
Mm-hmm. And it's going to be a beautiful one once we get over ourselves, because that's literally kind of what it is. It's like, it's like put the ego aside and come from a space that, yes, you are a spiritual being that is connected to everybody else on this planet and everything. If it has a soul, then yeah, that's part of what the flow, another story I had in the medium, but it was a very powerful one. Flow like the water. It's a very simple term. What does it mean? I couldn't for the life of me figure it out. It's like, what do you mean, flow like the water? And it took a grandfather tree to explain it to me. And he got so exasperated with me because I wasn't getting it. Well, he scared the crap out of me, because all of a sudden you hear a deep masculine voice when you're out there in the woods by the river says, get over here. You're like, what? And I was looking for a way to escape. Can I run down there and scream and help for help? Do I try to run up the hill to the parking lot? Do I jump in a river? And then he said, again, yelled at me. I said, get over here. And so again, in that thinking, wait a minute, he's telling me to get over there, which means he hasn't attacked me yet. So I turned around to see who the heck was talking. And all I saw was this humongous grandfather tree that had been hit by lightning and split down the middle. And it was still growing. One side was growing this way. The other side was going up like a normal tree. And I was like, you talking to me? Very, very impertinent I was sometimes. And he goes, do you see anybody else standing around here? Yes, you. Get over here. We need to talk. I'm like, oh my God. I hate it when men say we need to talk because it's usually not a good thing. But I did. I went over there. It was like, okay, what's going on? So the first thing he had me do was a pain drain, which is something Serge taught us how to do in our shamanic classes. And you basically go out in nature, preferably, because you want to put your hands like this way on the ground. And then you ask all the energies that no longer serve you, any pain, any anger or frustration, you ask Mother Earth to take it for you. And you allow the energy to come out of the chakras in the palms of your hand. And I did. I started crying, and it was just bawling, just letting the energy go. The frustration of not finding work, the frustration of never having enough money. It's just like it seems to be a constant thing, which needs to be healed. And that's part of what this journey is about, is to heal that. And when I finally got finished, I sat up and I had all these little squirrels around me and birds, and I was giving them some of my crackers that I was eating. And then the grandfather tree, he goes, now look at the river. What do you see? And I was still in that kind of flippant mood. I'm like, oh, there's a bird over there. There's a rock over there. And he just like, and you could just feel him shake like this. And he goes, look away. Blink. Now look back at the river. What do you see? And when I did that, it kind of must have did some kind of disconnect from where I was at and reset myself. And so when I looked back at the river, it was kind of hard to miss. There was a huge, huge, huge boulder right in front of me. The water at that time was racing down pretty heavy because it was like spring, and because it was March. So the snowfall from the higher elevation mountains had hit the rivers, and they were coming down into the Phoenix area and running pretty strong. The water hit that rock, and it either split around the rock and went on both sides of it, or it would hit the rock and go over it. And there was like three different things I noticed that when the water hits. So that's what the tree said. When an obstacle gets put in your plate, in front of you, you always find a way to get around it. You either go over it, you go around it, or you go through it. You never let anything stop you from doing what you came here to do. You flow like the water. And I was like, oh, could have had a V8, because that was the kind of moment it was. I'm like, oh my God, for 3 months I've been trying to figure this out, and I got it. So when I went back to Serge's class that following Tuesday, he asked again, because over the 3 months since I had been told this on New Year's Day, he kept asking me, have you got it yet? Have you got it yet? I said, I don't get it. Why don't you just tell me what it means? But like any good teacher, they want you to figure things out for yourself, and you can, ask questions. They can, ask for direction, whatever. And I told him the story, what happened. And he goes, yep. I mean, that was the conversation. Yep. And I'm like, you knew this all the time and you couldn't tell me that. Nope. I was like, a lot of help you are. But it was very poignant, not only because it was a tree who taught the lesson, but it made so much sense that how often do we get stopped in life? Like even with the cataracts, I was going to stop everything and do nothing because I didn't want to have the surgery on my eyes, because spirit was going to fix it. Well, yeah, they fixed the eyes, but the eyes and the cataract are two different things. So it's like you need to flow with the water. You need to flow and integrate both holistic medicine with, Western medicine. Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes. But you have to be open to it. You have to flow with the information that you're being given so that you get the biggest outcome that you can get for the highest and best for everybody. So those are just some of the story. I mean, they're weird things that have happened, but they're so poignant at the same time, because it's just like, wow, a tree taught me that. Huh.
The universe is full of so many magical and mystical things. If we will just open up to the possibility, there's so much for us.
Yeah, absolutely. And we learn not only from, because a tree is a living, breathing being. It has a chakra, one, and it constantly moves up and down the trunk. So that's why it's always, people say, oh, I'll just go up and hug this tree. I said, did you ask permission? Because some trees don't want their hugs from a human. They don't like human energy. And they're like, well, why should I have to ask it? I said, because that tree might not like you. It might kick you back out. So you ask permission. Can I hug you? And if you get a yes feeling from it, it will bring that chakra down to your heart chakra and it will share love with you. If you just go up to it and hug it anyway, without asking permission, and it doesn't want to be touched, it will kick you back out. So that, nature, you learn so much from it. You learn so much from the animals, if we will but listen.
Yeah, I was just thinking this morning about the amazing symmetry, the way Creator designed this system, that we need oxygen to survive.
Mm-hmm.
So we breathe in oxygen, which is excreted from the trees and the plants.
Mm-hmm.
And then we breathe out CO2, which they need to survive. It's like, wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fantastical creation.
Yeah.
It's so over my ability to conceive of, and just incredible.
Yeah.
It was awestruck this morning when that came through, and I'm not quite sure where they were going to take it next, but probably it'll come later. It was just, okay, that's what we wanted to say today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Great Mystery knew what it was doing when it created this universe. We don't know what it's doing, but it does.
Yeah.
We're just here for the ride.
And so we might want to think twice about chopping down all the trees.
Yeah, absolutely.
Keep breathing.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's one of the reasons why it's so important, like, to keep the Amazonian rainforest there. Because if you chop down all those trees, look at all the people that depend on that energy down in the Amazon to live off of. And I don't mean just the humans, the animals that live in the woods as well. It would kill off many species. So, yeah.
Yeah, it would probably start an avalanche ripple effect that would, take out most of the life, because it all is connected in one way or another.
Yep. That's what Mitakuye Oyasu means. We are all related, and people, it's time people understand that and what it really means. Humans like to think they're at the top of the chain. We're not. And that's an ego thing. So it's like you have to realize, no, we need the animals, we need the plants, we need the trees, we need all of it in order to survive on this earth.
Yeah. Well, as we wind down, is there anything else that you would like to share just to wrap things up before we do our closing prayer?
Hold on, I'm reading what Linda wrote.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. It's just I want to give thanks for the fact that at least I have eyesight 100% to me, because I think 2025 from being almost to being legally blind in that eye to having 20/25 vision after 5-minute surgery, that's just like unheard of.
It's a miracle.
Yeah. And I know that the other eye is going to go just as well. And then I'll be, very quickly on my way back. And because they did tell me yesterday to start packing up more of my summer stuff, because once that second eye is done, things are going to move fast.
And you'll be headed south again.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. All right. Well, we thank you all for being here, for being a part of this fundraising event, and invite you to come back tomorrow at 9 p.m. for the Metaphysical Chat live stream. If you weren't able to give a love gift to Dr. Elena today, then there will be a link tomorrow. That link is still good. So maybe that would be a more convenient time. But we're just so grateful for the energy, the support that you bring this community that is so loving and supportive. So thank you, Dr. Elena, for being with us. I know it was kind of a little bit of a hardship because you're still recovering, but grateful that you were able to be here and share your stories and let people know what you're bringing into the world. So let's just take a moment and do a little closing prayer as we bring the energies down for this lovely gathering. Thank you, divine beings, for being with us for nearly 6 hours. We so appreciate you, your support, your wisdom, and most of all, your love, your understanding, patience, because we need a lot of that. And we're so grateful that you overlook the times when we are stubborn and we don't listen. We try to walk our own path, even though time after time we have learned the lesson that it really does pay to listen to you. But we are a work in progress, and we have deep gratitude that you give us that space to be ourselves, to learn our lessons, to move forward as this grand community of love-filled light workers on the path to Earthtopia. So much gratitude for the love and intentions that everyone brought with them today, and for all the magic that will flow from this experience, from Dr. Elena sharing her stories and insights, inspiration, that somebody will come along and will be moved, will be inspired by what they hear, and they will begin their own transformational journey. All of those opportunities and possibilities exist, and that is exciting and deeply satisfying. Thank you for allowing us to be a part of this magnificent experience of life. With deepest love and gratitude to all that is and to all of you, sending you much love, and I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, bye, everybody.
Bye,
Bye, Doc.
everyone. Blessings.